Chapter 232. Fang's face darkened. That's impossible. What formation is that? You can't resist at all. Fang said with a glare. I was suppressed first, but when I was near the exit, 2 flood dragons happened to be suppressed and knocked away the fog ball suppressing me. That formation seems to target our dragon nature. It seems to be the dragon fixing hoop. Yes, the dragon fixing hoop. Baxia shouted in horror. Fang's expression changed. The flood dragons and Baxia scrambled to escape. However, after entering and exiting, only 5,000 of them were left. Another 1,000 were suppressed inside. At the same time, in the north of the thorny thorn formation, Pajuan naturally heard everything clearly. He reported the news from the east to Luyang of Gojoseon. Ao Shun's face darkened. Formation? How could the array of the dragon fixing hoop be possible? It must be newly set up. Who did it? Luyang of Gojoseon was not angry. Instead, he said in surprise, "Oh. I didn't expect to gain so much tonight." Your Highness. Ao Shun said with a frown. It's fine. None of them can escape tonight. Originally, we just destroyed the formation and took Huangfu Chaoga. Since there's something new, let's see what it is. Perhaps it'll be useful to me. Luyang of Gojoseon showed a hint of pride. Fang, go in and take a look. Ao Shun said seriously. Yes, Your Highness. Fang replied when he heard the voice in the distance. All of you, go in with me. Since it's the dragon fixing hoop, it only targets the alternative dragons. Follow me. Fang said coldly. Roar. The 100 giant dragons roared and rushed into the sea with a loud rumble. Boom. They followed the flood dragon's path, avoiding the thorn's poison at the bottom of the sea, and squeezed into the inner part of the formation. As they drilled, Fang moved back slightly, allowing the 5 dragons at the front to be the first to charge into the inner part of the sea. Their heads came out. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and the might to conquer the world. Boom. 5 sky-piercer halberds slashed toward the 5 dragons. Roar. The dragons glared and roared. They opened their mouths and spat out cold air. He wanted to freeze the attacker. However, this was not a person, but a Xiang Yu cloud beast. The 5 Xiang Yu cloud beasts ignored the cold air, and the halberd pressed down on his head. The 5 dragons' eyes widened. Half of their bodies were still stuck in the ground, and only their heads were exposed, but they couldn't move. Slash! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. He saw a man holding a bone knife and stabbing it into the forehead of a giant dragon. Then, it quickly jumped to another giant dragon and pierced its glabella one by one. Huh! The 5 dragons widened their eyes. He seemed to be struggling. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the Life-Ender saber appeared, surging black energy immediately flowed into his forehead through the wound. Ong! 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 The 5 dragons cried out in pain as their bodies quickly twisted. However, under the pressure of the 5 halberds, his head couldn't move at all. He couldn't escape, he couldn't move. He could only struggle in pain. Ong! Ong! The 5 dragons cried out in pain. However, the surging black chi had already condensed into countless skeletons, which were madly gnawing at their bodies. When the dragons behind saw the 5 dragons struggling madly, they suddenly paused. What's going on? Fang's eyes widened. What happened? Leader, they seem to be in pain. Quickly save them. Ah, that black chi. Black chi. Ah, their bodies are gone. Only their bones are left. They were eaten by the black chi. Only their bones are left. The dragons roared, and Fang's expression changed. Retreat. Boom. 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 The group of dragons fled in fear. Crown Prince, the array is not only targeting the semi-dragon. The vanguard 5 dragons were also ambushed and were eaten in an instant. Only 5 dragon skeletons are left. Fang shouted into the distance. On Luyang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Ao Shun's face sank. How dare you? Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes became more and more expectant. He reached out and stopped Ao Shun. The spy reported that it should be that Gu Hai person who set up the array in the east. Not bad, good array. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Your Highness. Ao Shun still looked angry. If you have the ability, use it for me again. This trip will not be in vain. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with confidence. But what about the 1,000 flood dragons and Basha? Are we going to let them be killed? Ao Shun asked worriedly. They were a huge force after all. They could not be wasted here. Indeed. Luyang of Gojoseon nodded. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the thorny array in front of him. The thorny array has a sound barrier. We can hear outside but not inside. Pajuan, use shattering east wind. Yes. Pajuan nodded and stepped forward. Ding. Pajuan stepped forward. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang in the air. The sound of the zither was cold and carried a murderous intent as it rushed toward the thorny array. There was a gap in the thorny array. The sound of the zither instantly rushed into the array. Hum. When the sound of the zither entered the array, it instantly transformed into an illusory skeleton warrior that was 10 feet tall. The illusory skeleton warrior held a saber in its hand and charged ferociously at a treant. Ah, no. The treant's expression changed. It reached out and waved its hand. 10 vines rushed toward the skeleton warrior. Boom. The two collided and produced a metallic sound. Ah. The treant was instantly sent flying. The illusory skeleton warrior continued to fly toward the depths of the Passion Flower Valley. Break. A powerful treant swung its arm. Boom. The illusory skeleton warrior suddenly exploded. Shattering east wind. Huangfu Chaoga's expression darkened. Sound technique. Granny Qinghua's expression also darkened. A skeleton warrior was nothing, but the song, Shattering the East Wind, had just begun. Ding, ding ding, ding ding. In the outside world, Pajuan waved his hand and the Shattering East Wind officially began. The sound of the zither condensed into a white river that surged toward the thorny array. It entered the thorny array through the gap. The moment it passed through the thorny array, it turned into illusory skeleton warriors. It was like a smoke-like skeleton army. However, it was extremely ferocious. Roar! The skeleton army roared and charged in all directions. They grabbed their swords and knives and slashed at the passion flower tree demons. Ah! Granny, save me! Die for me! Bastard! The Passion Flower Valley instantly turned into a mess. The million-strong skeleton army instantly brought hellish torment to the valley. Myriad earth vines. Granny Qinghua shouted with widened eyes. Rumble. The largest passion blossom tree behind him shook violently. In an instant, vines emerged from the Passion Blossom Valley and appeared in front of the tree demons, protecting them. However, in the outside world, the sound of the zither did not stop. The skeleton army did not stop. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Boom! The skeleton army attacked the vines with their swords and chased after the tree demons. Boom! A skeleton soldier was shattered. However, 10 more quickly formed. The sound of the zither army was extremely powerful. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers surged toward the east coast following the sound of the zither. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Shattering east wind, condensing sound into an army. In the midst of this shocking change, Long Wanqing quickly took out her long sword and started fighting with a few skeleton soldiers. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. The skeleton army could not be killed or destroyed. It was as if they would only be satisfied after killing everyone. Hall Master Long, why can't we kill this monster? Ah! A few tree demons shouted in horror as they fought. This is a sound technique, a zither Dao sound technique. I can't break the killing zither sound. Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng led Gao Chen over. Ah! Bastard, don't kill me. I also have a heaven-grade zither. Gao Chen tried to escape. However, the skeleton army chased after them relentlessly. Mu Chenfeng blocked the skeleton army while shouting at Gao Chen, fight back. Fight back. Ding ding ding. Gao Chen waved his hand, and tens of thousands of small spirits surged out. Kill. The skeleton soldiers slashed at Xiao Chen. Bang. The tens of thousands of small spirits were instantly killed. Gao Chen. Tens of thousands of small spirits were killed with one slash. Hurry, hurry up. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Gao Chen was sweating profusely. It's coming, it's coming. But the music I know is all about peace and beauty. How can it be so fierce? This is Pejuan's sound technique. You and he both have heaven-grade zither, so you can't be that different, right? What do you know? Hurry up and use it. Long Wanqing shouted. Liang Zhu, I know Liang Zhu. Gao Chen tried anything in his desperation. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, as the sound of the zither rang out, a swarm of butterflies appeared. Bang! The 10 skeleton soldiers chopped all the butterflies in half with one slash. The butterflies' corpses flew all over the sky. Long Wanqing. I know, cannon, yes, I know cannon. Gao Chen shouted in panic. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the phantom of an old man playing the piano appeared. The phantom of a rich girl was listening to the music admiringly. Bang! 50 skeletons chopped down, and the old man and the rich girl were instantly chopped into minced meat. Mu Chenfeng. I also know, Pathétique, yes, I know Pathétique, that's a song for fighters. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Ding, ding ding, ding ding. As soon as he played Pathétique, a powerful warrior suddenly appeared. Boom! With a punch, he sent the skeleton soldier in front of him flying. Ha, I can do it. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Roar! Hundreds of skeleton soldiers swarmed over. Go to hell. The powerful warriors rushed forward and fought against the skeleton army with 1 against 500. However, the skeleton army increased in number and became more and more fierce. The fighters seemed to be unable to hold on. Why is there only one fighter? Play more, hurry up. Long Wanqing shouted anxiously. Gao Chen said with a dark expression, there's only one fighter in Pathétique. Long Wanqing. Mu Chenfeng. The tune of Pathétique became more and more intense. More and more skeleton soldiers charged in. There was panic in all directions. The ants wailed and fled in all directions. Where's Gu Hai? Where's Gu Hai? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Bam! Not far away, Gu Hai emerged from the sea with a bone saber in his hand. At the bottom of the sea, the 1,000 dragons and Ba Xia had all become a pile of bones. Gu Hai's face was flushed, and he almost vomited blood. He suppressed the energy in his body. As soon as he emerged from the sea, he saw countless skeleton soldiers chasing after the ants. Master, save me, I can't do it, what should I do? Gao Chen was being chased by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Go! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out. Boom! The 100 skeletons were suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. What's going on? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, who had killed 10 skeleton army soldiers, and asked in surprise. It's shattering the east wind, a battle song. We must kill to stop the killing. Gu Hai, do you have a song? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Battle song? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Gaochen, come here, I'll teach you the song Ambush on All Sides. Gu Hai called out. Chapter 233. Passion Flower Valley. On Xiaoya Mountain Manor's floating island, rumbling sounds came from Dongfang. It was the sound of flood dragons and Baxia breaking the ritual array. Division Master Chu Chen held his golden sword and gently flicked it with his finger. He smiled faintly but showed no intention of helping. Venerable Lun Yen stood at the side. At this moment, Venerable Lun Yen returned. However, he stared at Chu Chen with a slightly complicated expression. Chu Chen did not look at Venerable Lun Yen. He just continued flicking the golden sword in his hand. Venerable Lun Yen, did you rush back because you believe Gu Hai's words and think that I am a spy? Chu Chen asked with a frown. Huh? You heard everything? Venerable Lun Yen raised his eyebrows. What does it matter if I heard it or not? Whether you believe it or not is the key. Venerable Lun Yen, I was in Elite Hall longer than you. I was also the person that the old hall master trusted the most. Yet, you started to suspect me because of someone who just joined the hall. Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Suspect? Nothing is certain yet. However, Ding Rui joined Elite Hall long ago. Even so, she still betrayed Long Xiaoya, Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Humph. Don't compare me to Ding Rui. She is not worthy. Venerable Lun Yen, I don't know why you suspect me, but why do you suspect me? Why do you not suspect Huangfu Chaoga's subordinates? Why do you suspect your own people? Chu Chen asked sullenly. You heard everything. Venerable Lun Yen frowned slightly. You can hear it, but I can't hear it as well. For Liu Yang of Gojoseon to arrive so quickly, the spy should not be in Passion Flower Valley but in Divine Foothill City. Otherwise, Liu Yang of Gojoseon could not have mobilized a 1,000,000-man army so quickly, Chu Chen said sullenly. Venerable Lun Yen frowned but did not comment. Oh no. Pejuan is playing the zither. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. Ding. Clink clink clink. Xiao Chen played Breaking the East Wind, summoning a vast army. Soon, countless skeletons rushed in all directions of the valley. At the same time, a large number of skeletons rushed towards the Waning Moon Villa. Venerable Lun Yen, Waning Moon Villa was painstakingly built by Old Hall Master. Guard it well. Don't let this reinforcements destroy it. Chu Chen said. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Roar! An army of hundreds of skeletons rushed over. Die! Chu Chen's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. He slashed out with his sword and hundreds of strands of sword chi shot towards the hundreds of skeletons. Boom! The hundreds of skeletons instantly exploded and turned into ashes. However, the sound of the zither didn't stop. The sound army continued, and more skeletons appeared. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of skeletons to surround the Xiaoya villa. Come out and face the enemy. Chu Chen shouted coldly. Yes. The Class 1 hall members ran out and quickly went to face the increasing number of reinforcements. Clang! 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 The sounds of swords clashing could be heard from all directions. A group of skeleton soldiers suddenly rushed towards the main hall, as if they wanted to destroy the Waning Moon Hall of the Waning Moon Villa. Amateus. Venerable Lun Yen snorted coldly. Then, the Buddhist prayer beads in his hands suddenly flew out and knocked away the hundreds of skeletons around him. The shattering east wind continued, and the skeleton army increased in number. Battles broke out all around the valley. Until suddenly, a voice came from the east that clashed with it. Clang! 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 Gaochen's ambush from 10 sides started. Under the largest passion flower tree, Granny Qinghua, Huangfu Chaoga, and the gathered tree spirits looked coldly to the north. As Chu Chen played the shattering east wind, an increasing number of skeletons charged over. Granny Qinghua waved her hand, and huge tree roots burst out of the ground to face the skeleton army. Rumble. In an instant, the tree roots swept out in all directions, sending the charging skeleton soldiers flying one by one. The hundreds of tree roots were like huge tongtian whips, wildly crushing the skeleton soldiers. However, as the shattering east wind continued, an increasing number of skeleton soldiers appeared. These skeleton soldiers were not very strong, at most a golden core realm cultivator. However, there were many of them. Not only were they running on the ground, but they also flew in the air, penetrating every opening as they charged over. The group of tree spirits sent out their roots, chopping at the skeletons that slipped through. Chaos immediately reigned before the huge tree. Huangfu Chaoga's expression sank slightly. Finally, she sighed softly and said, Granny Qinghua, I am the one who brought disaster to the Passion Flower Valley. Open the Bramble Flower Ritual Array and let me out. Perhaps the Luyang of Gojoseon will not make a move after capturing me. Ha 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 ha. Huangfu Chaoga, are you insulting me? Granny Qinghua suddenly looked at Huangfu Chaoga. I am not. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Every 10,000 years, the demon race will face a great calamity. My Passion Flower clan's great calamity should be this year. However, I did not expect that this great calamity would come from the army of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga, do you think that my Passion Flower clan's great calamity will disappear if I send you out? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. Huangfu Chaoga frowned slightly. Moreover, am I that kind of person? My husband would rather die than submit because of his integrity back then. I love him and respect him. Would I do such a shameful thing? The old villa master of the Silver Moon Villa did not submit to anyone because of his integrity. I respect him. Would I do such a despicable thing? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. However, if this continues, your Passion Flower clan will. Huangfu Chaoga said worriedly. Granny Qinghua shook her head and said, what will come in the end. Huangfu Chaoga, I'm the one who called you here. I'm the one who got you into trouble. I'll help you escape. But. Huangfu Chaoga said with a frown. No buts. You will die if you go out. Huangfu Chaoga, don't you want to avenge Long Xiaoye? Granny Qinghua said with a glare. Me? Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. If my Passion Flower clan can escape this calamity and leave behind descendants, I hope that you can take care of us if you still have the ability. Sigh. Granny Qinghua sighed. As she spoke, a root suddenly appeared from the huge Passion Flower tree behind her. A huge root slowly landed in front of Granny Qinghua and Huangfu Chaoga. Crack. 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 The tip of the root slowly cracked open, revealing a hole the size of a person. Drill in. I will use this root to drill into the ground and send you out of this dangerous place. Granny Qinghua said solemnly to Huangfu Chaoga. No, if I escape, your Passion Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. Huangfu Chaoga said anxiously. If it is a blessing, it is not a calamity. If it is a calamity, we cannot avoid it. My Passion Flower clan does not owe anyone anything. Hurry up. Otherwise, when Luyang of Gojoseon gets serious, we will not have a chance. Granny Qinghua said anxiously. Roar, 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 roar. The skeleton army around them grew larger and larger. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. At this moment, the sound of a zither that clashed with defeating the east wind suddenly came from Dongfang. Ding! 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 Passion Flower Valley, East Side. The skeleton army grew larger and larger. The group of tree men, Long Wanqing, and Mu Chenfeng were having a hard time fighting. Is it okay? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Gu Hai pressed his hand on Gao Chen's shoulder and transmitted the ambush from 10 sides in his mind to Gao Chen. Master, I have learned it. Is this a military composition? What an austere aura. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Try it. If it doesn't work, I will teach you, General's order, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ah. Master, you have created 2 compositions in such a short time. You are almost catching up to me. Gao Chen exclaimed. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Gu Hai kicked the shameless Gao Chen's butt. It's coming, it's coming. The North Star replied. Listen to my ambush from 10 sides. Ha 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 ha. Gao Chen said excitedly. Clink 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 clink. With a wave of his hand, the sound of ambush from 10 sides suddenly rang out. Gu Hai did not have the essence of the Tao of the Guqin, so he could not use it effectively. However, Gao Chen did. Once the powerful essence of the Tao of the Guqin was released, it immediately displayed the grandeur of a battlefield. Under the Tao of the Guqin, the void seemed to resound with the sound of war drums. Talk, 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 talk. As soon as the drum sounded, it was as if a wave of military might had gathered, and it shook the skeleton army. The skeleton army trembled as if they were afraid and hesitant. In an instant, the battle between Long Wanqing and the others suddenly became much easier. Woo 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 woo. Dong 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 dong. Along with the sound of the zither, war drums and bugles resounded throughout the world. In the distance, Granny Qinghua's expression turned solemn. She revealed a trace of surprise and said, What a majestic sound of war drums. Is this Gu Hai's song? Are they going to fight on the battlefield? As she spoke, Granny Qinghua's eyes narrowed slightly as she waved her hand. Boom! Suddenly, the great array of thorns trembled slightly. In the outside world, on Luyang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Pajuan stretched out his hand and strummed the zither. Suddenly, the great bramble formation in the distance trembled. Your Highness, Granny Qinghua has removed the sound barrier from the interior. We can also hear the sounds from the interior. Pajuan's expression changed. They can't hold on any longer, right? One song to break the east wind, annihilating the vast army. Ao Shun said coldly. That's not right. There's a clash of zither sounds inside. Is it Gao Chen? Or is it Gu Hai? Gu Hai's song. Pajuan's expression changed. A clash with my breaking the east wind? Luyang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Ding! 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 Gao Chen's zither music rang out. Immediately, the zither Dao's concept coalesced into the sound of war drums and bugles. Luyang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and listened carefully. Are they setting up camp and preparing for war? The zither music contains the sound of war drums and bugles. With the sound of war drums, they are conscripting soldiers to war. What a good song. This is just the beginning, and they are already displaying military might. Luyang of Gojoseon felt slightly stunned. So what? My skeleton army, the vast army, is already marching toward him. Pajuan's expression turned cold, and the breaking the east wind in his hands grew sharper. Ding! 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 The ambush from 10 sides zither music gradually sped up. The concept of war drums and bugles slowly faded away, replaced by shouts from the zither music. Luyang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and sensed the zither music. He seemed to see the enemy army gathering in the distance, standing orderly on the training ground. The rolling army stretched as far as the eye could see, looking extremely orderly. Commander appointment? Have they entered the phase of commander appointment? Liang of Gojoseon opened his eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Gao-chen was playing ambush from 10 sides in the formation. Although the skeleton army around him was rushing in wave after wave, they were suddenly affected by a strong atmosphere. A military might came from behind Gao-chen. As the zither music continued, clouds swirled behind Gao-chen. Vaguely, it seemed like a vast army stood orderly in a square formation behind him. Although the army did not move, they were not angry, and a tyrannical military aura rushed out. Some of the generals in this orderly formation quickly appointed commanders. Unlike the skeleton army, the Soundao army behind the North Star Emperor was well trained and organized into all sorts of neat formations. They were orderly and carried with them a surge of killing intent. Damn! This daddy's army is still the most imposing. Just by standing there, it is already more imposing than this skeleton army. Gao-chen said excitedly. Gu Hai looked at the vast army behind Gao-chen and heaved a sigh of relief. Ambush from 10 sides is enough. Ding! 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 Gao-chen's zither music continued. Ha! Ha! After the generals were appointed, each of the small generals led their own troops and dispersed. They spread out in an orderly manner, forming a large net formation. It seemed as if they were going to charge and break through the enemy's lines. Outside, Liang of Gojoseon raised his brows and said in surprise, "Formation? The Soundao army can actually form formations? That shouldn't be. That's a vast army. Can Gao-chen's zither music control every single Soundao soldier? Can it divide so much attention? No, that's not right. It's the appointment just now." The appointment just now pointed out a few generals. All he needed to do was control the generals. What is this song called? How can it divide the army in the Zither Dao's intent realm so clearly? And it can be controlled? Pejuan revealed a look of astonishment. Go! Gao-chen shouted excitedly in the valley. Kill! The army of thousands of men and horses let out a roar that soared into the sky. Finally, his Soundao army began to move. The majestic army charged toward the skeleton army amid rumbling sounds from the zither music. Chapter 234. Boom! 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 The army set off and began to march forward slowly from behind Gao-chen. The army marched forward in an orderly formation. Their footsteps were like the sound of war drums soaring into the sky. Loud sounds of kill rushed out, carrying boundless majestic military might as they rushed towards the army of skeletons. Kill! 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 Just these shouts alone shook the skeleton soldiers at the front, as if they were on the verge of dispersing. The army stomped on the ground, causing the entire ground to rumble. The front line began to come into contact with the skeleton army. Roar! Roar! Hundreds of skeleton soldiers roared and slashed at Gao-chen's army with their swords. Gao-chen's army was clad in cyan armor, so they were not afraid of the white skeleton army. Kill! The cyan army roared. Boom! The soldiers at the front line suddenly rushed out with their spears and stabbed the skeleton army in an orderly fashion. Roar! The skeleton soldiers were instantly hit, but some endured the pierced chest and continued to slash with their swords. Kill! The second row of green soldiers suddenly exerted their strength, and the second row of spears pierced through the gaps of the first row, instantly piercing through the heads of the skeleton soldiers. Bang! The skeleton soldiers instantly exploded. So powerful! Mu Chen-feng widened her eyes in surprise. The massive army, no, the million-strong green-armored army, began to charge in all directions, charging towards the skeleton army. Kill them. Just one squad can kill so many skeletons. How powerful will the next squad be? Ha ha ha, they want to fight me. Little ones, kill them. Gao-chen roared excitedly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing at the side relaxed. Looking at Gauchen's smug expression, the two were speechless. If others saw that expression, they would think that he was the one who created 10-sided ambush. Boom! 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 After the cyan soldiers were arranged, they scattered like a sheet of loose sand. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the cyan soldiers were arranged in a very large formation. The net spread out in all directions, and caught the skeleton army one after another. The skeleton army was like a sheet of loose sand, and was surrounded by a large number of skeletons. The large net covered a large area. 1/5 of the Passion Flower Valley was covered by the large net. The skeleton army was driven away. Gradually, close to 100,000 skeletons were caught in the net. In the outside world, Pajuan suddenly frowned. Oh no, we've been ambushed. At the side, Luyang of Gojosian's eyes lit up. Good ambush, good plan, good army. Boom, boom, boom. The green-armored army suddenly turned their spearheads and charged towards the skeleton army in the center. The 100,000 skeleton army were like rats scurrying around, fleeing in all directions. However, from all directions, the green-armored army's spears were constantly thrusting over. The rats scurried around, crashing into each other as they tried to kill. 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 Ambushed from all sides by the army, there was nowhere to run. Suddenly, all of them bumped into the muzzle of the guns. Roar. Kill. Roar. Kill. Ambushing from all sides, the army was quickly annihilated. Soon, the 100,000 skeleton army was wiped out. In that direction, the entire army was wiped out. What kind of song is that? Pajuan stared. Ha 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 ha, Pajuan, continue. Is that all you've got? This is Laozi's 10-sided ambush. Your 10-sided ambush isn't that great either, is it? Ha 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 ha. Gauchen's smug voice resounded in the formation. Gauchen and Pajuan both had amazing hearing. Naturally, they could hear each other. Ambush from all sides. Humph. Pajuan snorted coldly. 10-sided ambush? Luyang of Gojosian, who was at the side, had a look of appreciation. There were countless zither songs, but there were not many songs about killing on the battlefield. 10-sided ambush was one of his proudest works. Unexpectedly, there was 10-sided ambush, which was not inferior to 10-sided ambush. Jealous? Luyang of Gojosian naturally would not be jealous. Those who achieved great things did not care about trifles. Moreover, if the composer could be used by him, wouldn't that be a great addition to his strength? Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojosian narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, Luyang of Gojosian paid attention to Gu Hai with the lovers of Liang. However, after Gu Hai set up a formation to suppress the dragons, Luyang of Gojosian started to look forward to Gu Hai's talent. 10-sided ambush made Luyang of Gojosian look forward to Gu Hai even more. It is easy to get 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to find a general. Luyang of Gojosian said with pride in his eyes. Pajuan looked coldly in the direction of Gauchen's army. Humph. This is just the beginning. The skeleton army in 10-sided ambush is indeed in a state of disunity. However, that is because there is no skeleton king. Continue listening. Let's see if you can still ambush the skeleton king. Pajuan snorted coldly. Ding. 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 Boom. The zither music instantly rushed into the ritual array. Roar. Amid the zither music, a roar rang out. A huge skeleton that was 10 times the size of the other skeleton soldiers appeared. It was the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King wore a huge red cape. When it roared, the wind and clouds changed color. Roar. With the Skeleton King's roar, the countless skeleton soldiers suddenly froze. Then, their might more than doubled. Slowly, they seemed to have found an organization. With the Skeleton King as the center, they attacked the surrounding Traians and the azure-armored army. Dang! 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 The two armies clashed again. Amid the explosions, the sound of metal striking stone rang out. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Outside the ritual array, Pajuan sneered. With the appearance of the Skeleton King, not only did the morale and strength of the skeleton army increase, but the might of the skeleton army also soared. When they clashed with the azure-armored army, they were no longer at a disadvantage. Inside the ritual array, Gauchen's face sank. A trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. Master, did the other party become stronger? Gauchen asked somewhat worriedly. Gu Hai's face sank. What are you worried about? Continue playing. This melody is divided into many parts. After the encampment, blow, appointment of generals, formation, walk in formation, and ambush. Right now, it's just the small battle of Chicken Crow Mountain. Later, it will be the great battle of Ninely Mountain. That will be the time for the final kill. Continue. Yes. Gauchen answered. The ambush from all sides continued. Indeed, as the soldiers clashed and were evenly matched, the azure-armored army took this opportunity to slowly spread their formation, forming an even larger formation. This time, the formation did not just cover 1/5 of the Passion Flower Valley but the entire valley. Outside, Pajuan's expression changed. Not good. This is a huge formation ambush. Ambush from all sides. Kill. 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 Once the formation was formed, the azure-armored army immediately roared and entered the final battle, the Great Battle of Ninely Mountain. Rumble. The huge formation charged in layer by layer. It was like a tiger coming down the mountain, charging forward with irresistible force. Even if the skeleton army was led by the Skeleton King, it was still useless. For a moment, the entire Passion Flower Valley resounded with countless sounds of fighting, neighing of horses, clashing of swords and spears, and shouting, rising and falling one after another. It was extremely shocking. When the 1,000,000 Luyang of Gojoseon's army outside heard the shouts, they revealed horrified expressions. Kill! 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 Like a meat grinder, the skeleton soldiers were quickly eliminated, heading for the Skeleton King in the center. That's impossible. There is an ambush from all sides. There is an ambush everywhere. The Skeleton King led the army to break out, but there is no way out. There is an ambush in the sky and on the ground. Pajuan said with an unsightly expression. Ambush from all sides, what a great ambush from all sides. The Luyang of Gojoseon stood up when he heard the surging zither music. Prince Lu Yang was also an expert in the Tao of zither. Naturally, he could tell that there was a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses charging at each other. This was an exciting scene, but it was a pity that the other party was the one who was exciting. However, because the Luyang of Gojoseon appreciated this song, he jumped out of his subjective opinion and naturally felt the power of this song. The 1,000,000 azure-armored army quickly killed the skeleton army. The skeleton army was defeated like a landslide. Under the ambush from all sides, the skeleton army had nowhere to run and was quickly killed. The great ambush from all sides shrunk toward the center, toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King led the army to break out, but he failed several times. He lost the morale of the army and lost everything. Master, Master, what a powerful formation. Where are we now? Gauchen said excitedly. This part is called, the defeat of the Xiang Wang. Gu Hai said after a moment of silence. The ambush from all sides was an ancient song from Earth. It described how the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xian, led the army to set up an ambush from all sides. He defeated Xiang Yu and forced Xiang Yu to his death at the Wu River. At this moment, it was already at the stage of, the defeat of the Xiang Wang. Next was the final part, suicide at the Wu River. The zither music continued. The azure-armored army nearly wiped out the skeleton army. They slowly forced the Skeleton King into the center. There was no way out. At this moment, the zither music was even more intense. It slowly surrounded Pajuan's zither music. When Pajuan played his zither music, it felt like there were dozens or hundreds of Gauchan's zither music wrapping around it. Pajuan's zither music was in a desperate situation. The Skeleton King was also in a desperate situation. Gauchan's zither music became faster and faster. At this moment, Gauchan's zither music was everywhere. It completely drowned out Pajuan's zither music and forced the Skeleton King to the brink of collapse. Gauchan revealed a ferocious expression. However, the Skeleton King slowly picked up the saber and placed it on its neck. No, that's impossible. You can't force my Skeleton King to commit suicide. Defeating armies shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Luyang of Gojoseon was also attracted by the dense zither music. Previously, how could the Luyang of Gojoseon have imagined that the ambush from all sides would be so violent at this moment, forcing the enemy commander to commit suicide? Even though Pajuan played with all his might, the Skeleton King gradually lost control. The saber in its hands suddenly chopped down. Bang! Under the tragic melody, the Skeleton King committed suicide. The zither music entered the final part, suicide at the Wu River. Buzz! At the most intense moment, the sound of ambush from 10 sides came to an abrupt stop. Everything was over. The skeleton army was completely annihilated. Bang! Pajuan's void zither music suddenly broke apart, causing Pajuan to reveal a look of horror. Ambush from all sides, a good piece. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes widened as his emotions surged. At this moment, the million-strong army outside was immersed in the zither duel earlier. The urgency of the zither music made all the soldiers unable to calm down for a long time. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds came from the array. At the largest passion flower tree, a huge root wrapped around Huangfu Chaoga and drilled into the ground, sending her away. Unfortunately, Pajuan was still immersed in the zither duel earlier and did not notice the changes there. Suddenly, a loud roar came, using metal to subdue wood, Gengjin Chi, slash. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of golden sword chi rushed into the ground and instantly cut the roots in half. Chu Chen! Granny Qinghua roared angrily. Your Highness, hurry, Huangfu Chaoga is escaping. Chu Chen shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's immersed heart was broken. Chapter 235. Passionate Flower Valley. At Xiaoyan Mountain Manor. As the ambush from 10 sides gradually came to an end, the Xiaoyan Mountain Villa slowly became quiet as the skeleton army was killed with all their might. Venerable Lun Yen sighed. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Granny Qinghua's direction. Huh! Venerable Lun Yen turned his head to look. Lay the ritual array. Chu Chen glared. Ha! The 2,000-odd gold division disciples shouted. The 2,000-odd swords immediately flew out, looking like a huge flower of swords pressing down on Venerable Lun Yen. Boom! The gold division disciples drove the swords with magic energy from a distance and laid a sword ritual array to suppress Venerable Lun Yen. Bastards! Venerable Lun Yen glared. However, the 2,000-odd gold division disciples already worked together to suppress the sword ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen did not care about 1, 2, 10, or even 100 gold division disciples. However, when the 2,000-odd gold division disciples worked together, they immediately formed a strong ritual array and suppressed Venerable Lun Yen. What are you doing? Chu Chen, are you really a spy? Venerable Lun Yen shouted while glaring. Ha! The gold division disciples shouted as they pressed down on the ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out to block the ritual array's suppression. Chu Chen ignored Venerable Lun Yen. Instead, he stepped forward and flew towards Granny Qinghua. What are you looking at? Why are you still not attacking? Venerable Lun Yen shouted at the hundreds of Wood Division disciples around him while glaring. Oh! Oh! The group of Wood Division disciples charged over in shock. The Gold Division disciples who did not lay the ritual array immediately raised their swords and charged forward. Dang! 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 Oh no! Oh no! Break for me! Venerable Lun Yen showed a ferocious expression as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand enlarged. A strong force burst out, and the sword ritual array shook as if it would break at any moment. Just at this moment, Chu Chen's shout rang out from the distance. Using metal to counter wood. Golden Gung Chi, chop! Boom! Chu Chen! Granny Qinghua roared. Your Highness, quick! Huangfu Chaoge is about to escape. Chu Chen shouted. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, break for me! Boom! Under the powerful force, the sword array exploded, and more than 2,000 swords exploded into pieces. Ah! Venerable Lun Yen immediately sent the group of Gold Division disciples in charge of setting up the array flying. Venerable Lun Yen felt incredibly furious. However, he only glanced at the Gold Division disciple before ignoring him and charging towards the distant Chu Chen. Outside the Great Array of Thorns. Chu Chen's shout suddenly interrupted the outside world's recollection of 10-sided ambush. Liu Yang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the Great Array of Thorns in front of him. Huangfu Chaoge wants to run. Humph, unborn man, break this Great Array of Thorns for me. Liu Yang of Gojoseon slowly sat down with a cold expression. On the flying boat, beside the throne of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon stood a group of people in strange clothes. One of them was a figure in a half-black and half-white robe. After the Liu Yang of Gojoseon spoke, the half-black and half-white figure slowly walked out. This was the unborn man, who rushed over from the Thousand Islands Sea. Your Highness, this is the second time I am making a move. I hope you remember this, the unborn man said indifferently. Hurry up, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon answered. The unborn man slowly stepped forward, and the nearby Pajuan moved to the side. The unborn man walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the Great Array of Thorns, which was even stronger than the city walls. Then, he gently extended his right hand. His right hand was shriveled up, looking like a bag of bones with age spots on it. The unborn man took a deep breath as he extended his withered right hand. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you are not blessed enough to enjoy it. You should return, the unborn man said softly. At this moment, the unborn man no longer had two voices. Instead, an aged voice rang out. There was a rhythm in the voice. As soon as the voice rang out, a chilly wind blew in the surroundings. The atmosphere became incomparably gloomy. It was already night. At this moment, it became even more gloomy. The unborn man stretched out his hand and made a swiping motion. Suddenly, the void seemed to be torn apart. Billowing black gas surged out of the tear and rushed toward the Great Array of Thorns. This swiping motion was like opening a door to the netherworld. Billowing black gas gushed out and instantly reached the Great Array of Thorns. Ka 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 ka. As soon as the Great Array of Thorns came into contact with the black gas, it instantly withered. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. It was as if the unborn man's incantation was reverberating between heaven and earth, over and over again. In the distance, the Great Array of Thorns was quickly withering. It withered and shriveled. Stealing someone's lifespan? Isn't this directly stripping away the lifespan of the Great Array of Thorns? Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. Seizing life on behalf of the heavens is going against the harmony of the heavens. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Another person in strange clothing said with a frown. Walalala. The great array of thistles and thorns, which had been extremely powerful before, was now rapidly drying up and collapsing. Like dominoes, the wall formed by the Great Bramble Formation began to collapse rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, only rolling dust and smoke were left. Ah! Help! No! On the observation towers of the Great Bramble Formation, some of the Traians who were watching immediately let out painful cries. Following the collapse of the Great Bramble Formation, those Traians also seemed to have been affected. They withered one after another, turning into a pile of rotten wood in the blink of an eye and falling to the ground. Bang! All the Traians withered and died. When they fell to the ground, they fell apart into pieces. Hiss! There were sounds of cold air being sucked in from all directions. Whether it was the million-strong army outside or the Traians inside, when they saw this scene, they were sincerely horrified. Grandma, it's over, the Great Bramble Formation is gone. The million-strong army is here, the million-strong army is here. Grandma, what should we do? In the Passion Flower Valley, there were bursts of exclamations. The unborn man suddenly withdrew his right hand. Whoosh! Countless strands of black gas were immediately sucked back into the tear in the void. The unborn man gently stroked, and immediately, the void returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Only the Great Bramble Formation, whose lifespan had been taken away, proved what had happened. Your Highness, the formation has been broken. Your second request has been fulfilled. The unborn man said lightly. After saying that, the unborn man walked to the side and ignored them. The Luyang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man with a complicated expression. Enter the valley. The Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Yes. Shouts came from all directions. A group of flying ships quickly flew into the valley. Roar! Roar! The dragons roared and also quickly flew into the valley. Without the Great Bramble Formation, it was like entering flat ground. The powerful army attacked with a rumble. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Gao Chen, Mu Chenfeng, and the Traians were also shocked. Impossible, how could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? That is even stronger than the walls of Silver Moon City. This was set up by the old man Guanqi. How could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? It's over, it's over. The Luyang of Gojoseon's army is coming. My Love Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. A group of Traians cried out in fear. Master, shall I play ambush from 10 sides again? Gao Chen said anxiously. No, ambush from 10 sides can't deal with them. Gao Chen, set up a sound barrier. Gu Hai shouted. Ah! Oh! The North Star Polaris replied and waved his hand. Buzz! Suddenly, everyone set up a sound barrier to prevent Pajuan from hearing anything. Gu Hai, what should we do now? Grandmother is in danger. Long Wanqing looked anxious. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. He looked at Long Wanqing and said, Hall Master, I've already confirmed something. What? Long Wanqing was slightly taken aback. What did he have to confirm at this time? That Huangfu Chaoge was lying to us earlier. He wants to use us to deal with the Luyang of Gojoseon and make us kill each other. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah! Lied to us. He lied to us. My mother wasn't killed by the Luyang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing frowned and said in surprise. Yes. I'm sure. Gu Hai looked determined. All right, I was wrong about him. But what should we do now? Long Wanqing was worried. Seeing that Long Wanqing believed him, Gu Hai sighed inwardly. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, a large number of giant dragons, flood dragons, and Baxia surrounded Gu Hai's group under the lead of the giant dragon Fang. Plop! Plop! A few giant dragons suddenly dove into the sea. However, the 1,000 Bashya and flood dragons that had barged in earlier had all turned into a pile of bones. The 5 giant dragons from before were also a pile of bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. Leader, they're all dead. They've all turned into bones. A few giant dragons roared and flew out of the sea. The giant dragons brought out a pile of bones and placed them on the ground. Looking at the eerie white bones, the dragons were horrified. Fortunately, they had run quickly earlier. That was 1,000 flood dragons and Bashya. They were gone just like that. Gone just like that. Fong was furious. He glared at Gu Hai's group. Mr. Good, what should we do now? The tree men asked in horror. The thorny formation is gone, but the formation I set up is still there. We can hide as long as we can. Let's escape to that formation together. Roar, you still want to escape? You killed my subordinates? You still want to escape? Don't even think about escaping. I want you all dead. Fong glared and roared. There were nearly 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Bashya behind Fong. At this moment, their auras were extremely powerful and ferocious. The dragons attacked and immediately surrounded Gu Hai's group, not allowing them to escape. Gu Hai and the others' expressions were gloomy. At this moment, Ao Shun's voice suddenly came from afar. His Highness has ordered that Mr. Good and the others are not to be harmed. Ao Shun's voice came from afar. Huh? Your Highness, my 1,000 subordinates were all killed by them. Fong looked into the distance anxiously. You dare to disobey my orders? Fong, do you want to die? If Mr. Good is harmed at all, I'll break your dragon horns. Ao Shun's voice came again. Fong's expression stiffened, and a look of depression flashed across his eyes. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Gu Hai's group. At this moment, Gu Hai let out a long sigh and looked at Fong with a faint smile. Don't be so smug. If His Highness and the Crown Prince didn't want to protect you, I would tear you apart right now. Fong glared and roared. Gu Hai ignored him. Even though there were a large number of giant dragons surrounding them, Gu Hai was not afraid at all. Let's go to Granny Qinghua's place. Gu Hai led everyone toward the Passion Flower Valley. Chapter 236. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mu Chenfeng, and Gao Chen led a group of 500 Treants into the depths of the Passion Flower Valley. Fong and the other dragons glared at them. They had close to 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Bashya. Did they think they were invisible? If not for Crown Prince Ao Shun's voice transmission, Fong would have slapped Gu Hai and the others to death. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. The ground shook violently, and the ground under Gu Hai's feet sank. The Passion Flower Divine Tree. Granny extracted all the roots of the Passion Flower Divine Tree. What happened over there? An Passion Flower Tree Demon said in fear. How dare a mere Passion Flower Tree Demon act so presumptuously in front of the Lord? The Lord gave you face, but you don't know how to cherish it. Humph, break. Ao Shun's voice came from afar. Roar. All of a sudden, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the distance. Boom. Ah. Granny Qinghua's scream came from afar. Humph, capture them all. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Ao Shun said coldly. Yes. Rumble. Thick smoke rose in the distance, and the ground rumbled. Countless rocks and giant trees flew into the sky. Hundreds of flying ships stopped in the air, and the million-strong army moved out. Escape? None of them could escape. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's army was everywhere. The ground rumbled, and dust flew everywhere. Gone. Did Huangfu Chaoga escape? Chu Chen's angry voice came from afar. Find her. Even if you have to turn the Passion Flower Valley upside down, you must find her. Ao Shun's angry voice came from afar. Rumble. Rumbles continued in the distance, and chaos ensued. Gu Hai and the others ran to the Waning Moon Mountain Villa. At this moment, the villa was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Apart from the Metal Division disciples, all the Wood Division disciples were tied up. Division Leader, Hall Leader, Division Leader Gu, save us. The Wood Division disciples shouted. What? Mu Chenfeng's eyes widened, and she immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? Halt! A soldier glared and shouted. Get out of my way. Mu Chenfeng glared at them, and immediately struck out with her palm. Immediately, the group of soldiers in front of her was knocked away. How dare you? The soldiers glared at him. All right, we're watching. Don't waste your energy. You guys go and find the other Treants. Fang said indifferently. The soldiers looked at Fang and finally nodded. With 100 colossal dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia guarding them, there was indeed no need for him to worry. Division Leader, it was Division Leader Jean who betrayed us. A group of Wood Division disciples anxiously recounted what had happened. Chu Chen. Long Wanqing's face fell. Gu Hai coldly looked at the Gold Division disciples. Some of them lowered their heads, while others had arrogant expressions on their faces. Ha, a disciple of the Golden Branch? Taking Class 1 Hall's salary and doing things that went against Class 1 Hall's wishes? Good, good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with coldness. Let's go. Gu Hai said solemnly. He led the Wood Division disciples and rushed to the largest passion flower tree in the center. Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. At this moment, the largest passion flower tree suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The Treants were extremely anxious. Everyone quickly rushed into the smoke and dust. A group of flying boats stopped in the air, and a large number of Treants were imprisoned. Any Treant that resisted were all cut in half. As they got closer to the center, more and more Treants fell to the ground. In the distance, Gu Hai saw Ao Shun walking in the air above the center of the smoke and dust, looking around coldly. Whoosh! Ao Shun swung his sleeves. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up all the smoke and dust in the surroundings. There were huge holes in the ground. Some cultivators who were skilled in digging holes had already drilled into the ground. When the largest passion flower tree fell, its countless roots broke. Nearly 2,000 Treant corpses littered the ground. There were still 500-odd Treant corpses under the control of a group of soldiers. As long as there was any commotion, they would immediately be torn apart. Large numbers of Treants were transported over in the surroundings. Grandma! Grandma! Sob! 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 Why? Why did you kill my grandfather? Sob! 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 Sobbing sounds rang out in the surroundings. Grandma! Long Wanqing suddenly cried out. Xiaochen saw Granny Qinghua lying in the tree hole in her residence. Her body looked like it had been pierced by hundreds of swords. She vomited blood weakly and clutched her chest as she fell to the ground. Chu Chen stepped on Granny Qinghua's chest and pointed his golden sword at her. Cough! 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 Ha 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 ha! Granny Qinghua weakly laughed bitterly and miserably. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen also vomited blood. He clutched his chest as he fell to the ground. A large number of soldiers stood guard at the side. Pejuan, Luyang of Gojoseon, the unborn man, and the others stood on the flying ship, looking at the scene below. Grandma! Venerable Lun Yen! Long Wanqing cried out, wanting to charge over. Stop right there. You are not allowed to get any closer. Fang glared and blocked Xiaochen. Clack! Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing. Gu Hai, don't stop me. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing back, showing a bitter expression as he shook his head. Hall Master, don't come over. Listen to Division Master Gu. Cough. Cough. Venerable Lu Nian vomited blood in the distance. It's over. It's over. The Passion Flower Valley is over. Mu Chenfeng turned her head to look around. At this moment, thick smoke rose from the surroundings of the Passion Flower Valley. Flames flashed everywhere. While capturing the Passion Flower Tree spirits, the soldiers used fire to attack. The Passion Flower Valley, which used to be as peaceful and beautiful as paradise, now turned into hell on earth. Boom! Suddenly, 3 soldiers drilled out from the ground. Your Highness, Huangfu Chaoge ran away. There are no traces. Lu's stone god should have helped her and ran away, the 3 soldiers said bitterly. She ran. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's face sank. Your Highness, Divine Foothill City. An aide reminded from the side. Ao Shun. Liu Yang of Gojoseon called out. Present. Ao Shun answered from the air. Take my orders and return to the city immediately. Attack Divine Foothill City with all your might. Huangfu Chaoge is a field mouse and will not be as fast as you. Capture Divine Foothill City before she returns. Liu Yang of Gojoseon ordered. Yes. Ao Shun answered. Dragons, transform and board the flying ship. Come back with me. Ao Shun ordered. Yes. The dragons answered. The dragons, including the Baxia and the flood dragons, immediately transformed and boarded a flying ship. Then, they shot into the distance. Whoosh! The dragons vanished in the blink of an eye. The area where Gu Hai's group was now emptied. The tree men behind Gu Hai immediately charged at Granny Qinghua. Don't come over. Granny Qinghua exclaimed as she vomited blood. Ha! A large number of soldiers immediately surrounded the tree men. The tree men charging forward were chopped in half in the blink of an eye. The weaker ones immediately got suppressed, unable to move. Don't go over. Long Wanqing said anxiously. However, half of the 500 tree men had died in an instant, and the other half were restrained. The huge commotion attracted the attention of Liu Yang of Gojoseon's group. Mr. Good? And Long Wanqing? You're here too. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the two of them and squeezed out a faint smile on his solemn face. Liu Yang of Gojoseon instantly saw Gao Qin and recognized Gu Hai. Liu Yang of Gojoseon was looking forward to seeing Gu Hai's abilities. Long Wanqing, Master of the First Class Hall, greets Your Highness. Your Highness, please let go of Granny Qinghua and these tree men. I beg you. Long Wanqing immediately pleaded. Liu Yang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing and observed her expression. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, Granny Qinghua colluded with Long Wanqing and is an enemy of the Deqian Celestial Empire. Long Wanqing, don't get too close to this thief. No, I asked Granny Qinghua to help me find Huangfu Chaoge. I want to investigate the cause of my mother's death, so I asked Granny Qinghua for help. Long Wanqing immediately cried out. Oh! The cause of Long Xiaoya's death. What did Huangfu Chaoge say? Liu Yang of Gojoseon slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Wanqing. Huangfu Chaoge lied to me and said that you killed my mother. How is that possible? Of course, I don't believe it. But Granny Qinghua is innocent. Please forgive her, Your Highness. Long Wanqing looked at Liu Yang of Gojoseon expectantly. Liu Yang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be analyzing the authenticity of Long Wanqing's expression. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. Long Wanqing, don't plead for these thieves anymore. They colluded with the enemy and committed treason, which is a capital crime. Don't make a mistake. But, it really has nothing to do with Granny Qinghua. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing slightly and shook his head. Was there any use in reasoning at this moment? Reasoning was for the victor. At this moment, Liu Yang of Gojoseon was like the sun in the sky. His words were evidence. Your Highness, even if Granny Qinghua is guilty, Venerable Lun Yan is innocent. Please be magnanimous and let Venerable Lun Yan off. Granny Qinghua tricked these ignorant tree people. Gu Hai said with a slight bow to Liu Yang of Gojoseon. We will live and die with Granny. The group of passion flower tree spirits immediately glared at Gu Hai. Shut up. Granny Qinghua called out weakly. Mr. Good is right. I tricked you all. Stop making noise. Granny Qinghua called out weakly. Granny. Shut up. I am not your granny. Granny Qinghua called out. Sob. 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 The group of passion flower tree spirits sobbed softly. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai and smiled faintly. Mr. Good, this king likes the ambush from 10 sides and the ritual array. If Mr. Good does not mind, why don't you join my residence? This king will definitely treat Mr. Good as an honored guest. Although Liu Yang of Gojoseon spoke politely, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Many thanks for your highness's kindness. After this matter is over, I will visit your residence again. Gu Hai nodded. Ha 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 ha. Good. This king's residence needs talents like Mr. Good. Release Lun Yan. These tree spirits are accomplices. They can be spared the death penalty, but they will be punished. Break their dantians, seal their cultivations, and send them to Mr. Good as slaves. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a satisfied smile. Yes. Cries of agreement rang out in the surroundings. Boom. 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 Ah. 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 Countless tree spirits in the surroundings cried out in pain. Large holes appeared in their dantians. With their dantians broken, they lost nearly all of their cultivation. The tree spirits screamed miserably. Long Wanqing showed a pained expression. Mu Chenfeng clenched her fists, and her eyes reddened. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. Granny Qinghua suddenly started laughing. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng quickly went over and helped the severely injured Venerable Lun Yan. Many thanks, Your Highness. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Wait. Suddenly, a voice came from beside Liu Yang of Gojoseon. It was the unborn man who walked forward. Your Highness, you gave these tree spirits to Gu Hai. However, Lun Yan, I would like to ask you a question. The unborn man said sullenly. Oh. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man in confusion. Lun Yan, let me ask you. Who is Long Wanqing's father? 30-odd years ago, which man won the lass's heart? Who made the lass willingly give birth to a pair of daughters for him? To think that he did not even dare to show his face after all these years, the unborn man said coldly. Long Wanqing's father. Liu Yang of Gojoseon also showed some confusion as he looked at Venerable Lun Yan. Chapter 237. Who is Long Wanqing's father? Although the unborn man's hat covered his face, he could sense a sharp aura directed at the weakened Venerable Lun Yan. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng supported Venerable Lun Yan. However, the two also revealed curious expressions. Long Wanqing had always wanted to know who her father was. Mu Chenfeng had also pursued Long Xiaoya before. Naturally, she also wanted to know who won the heart of her dreams. Even Liu Yang of Gojoseon revealed a curious expression. Everyone focused their gazes on the weakened Venerable Lun Yan. Now, only he knew who Long Wanqing's father was. Venerable Lun Yan stared at the unborn man for a while. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, Unborn man, we have known each other for many years. You should know my character. Ha! You have asked me this question 3 times already. You were the one who broke the bramble flower ritual array earlier, right? The unborn man stared at Venerable Lun Yen. Do you know what Passion Flower Valley means to Long Xiaoye? If Long Xiaoye knew that you were the one who destroyed Xiaoye Mountain Manor, ha! That's right. You do not care about what she thinks. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. Let me ask you, who is Long Wanqing's father? The unborn man asked coldly. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha, I'm not like you, unborn man. I've always kept my promise to Long Xiaoye. Long Wanqing's father. You are not worthy to know. You are really not worthy. I will not tell you either. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Lun Yen laughed coldly. Humph. The unborn man snorted coldly. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand, and a golden light shot out of his fingertip. Bang! The golden light immediately knocked Venerable Lun Yen back, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. Lun Yen, do you think that I do not dare to kill you? The unborn man asked coldly. Pooh! Venerable Lun Yen fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, he laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. The murderous aura around the unborn man intensified. Don't kill Venerable Lun Yen. Long Wanqing immediately stood in front of Venerable Lun Yen. Hall Master, don't come over. He has lost his mind. Don't worry about me. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Bang! The unborn man waved his hand. A gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, Long Wanqing was sent flying. Ah! Long Wanqing's expression changed. Under the Yin wind, she couldn't use her mana at all. Bang! Gu Hai immediately leaped up and caught Long Wanqing, but the cold wind rushed into Gu Hai's body. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows trembled and immediately forced the Yin wind out of his body. Gu Hai landed with Long Wanqing in his arms. Then, he looked coldly at the unborn man and said, Unborn man? Are you concerned about Long Xiaoye? After Long Xiaoye died, you hid in the innate puzzle world. If not for Long Wanqing telling me to look for you, would you have known? Now that you are out, you are very strong. You can humiliate and beat up Long Xiaoye's daughter at will? How capable! You really care about Long Xiaoye. Humph! The unborn man snorted coldly. My father. Sob. Sob. My mother talked about my father before. When I was young, I asked my mother about it. I always remember, Long Wanqing cried as she hid in Long Wanqing's arms. My mother said that my father is an unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. Due to some matters, he went to a very distant place. However, my father will return one day. My father will take revenge for whoever bullies us 3. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances, Long Wanqing said as she cried. Unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. Humph. The unborn man snorted coldly. However, my father never returned. He did not protect my mother. Why did he not return even after my mother died? When my younger sister and I were bullied, he did not return either. I don't want to look for my father anymore. I don't want him anymore. Long Wanqing sobbed in Gu Hai's arms, feeling wronged. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen's eyes reddened as he felt bitter. He wanted to console Long Wanqing several times, looking like he had something to say. However, he endured each time. Humph. The unborn man snorted coldly. At this moment, Long Wanqing's anger seemed to have subsided significantly. He stopped asking and slowly walked to the side, ignoring Venerable Lun Yen. Mu Chenfeng supported the severely injured Venerable Lun Yen and walked to the side. Lu Yang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, unparalleled hero? No one in the world can stop him. What arrogance! What a laughable lie! Girl, stop crying. Your father will definitely return. Your mother never lies. Granny Qinghua, who was not far away, tried to console Long Wanqing weakly. Liu Yang of Gojoseon turned his head to look at Granny Qinghua. Earlier, Ao Shun had crippled Granny Qinghua's cultivation, severely injuring her and leaving her on the brink of death. Now, with Chu Chen stepping on her, she could not move at all. Granny, Wanqing is incompetent. I cannot save you. Long Wanqing released Gu Hai and looked at Granny Qinghua with reddened eyes. That's enough. How many people can survive the 10,000-year Great Calamity? It is already enough that our race was not exterminated. Even if these people's cultivation was crippled, it is enough that they are alive. I am already very satisfied. Granny Qinghua said weakly. Chu Chen stepped on Granny Qinghua. Boom! Granny Qinghua vomited another mouthful of blood under Chu Chen's foot. She could no longer speak to Long Wanqing. Chu Chen, you, to think that you dare. Long Wanqing rebuked, glaring. Chu Chen looked coldly at Long Wanqing. Then, he turned his head to look at Liu Yang of Gojoseon and said, Your Highness, this Granny Qinghua is about to die. Earlier, she tried to use her divine energy, but Crown Prince Ao Shun exposed her. However, she still has some divine energy in her. I beg your highness to bestow it to me. I will dig out her divine energy. Chu Chen, how dare you? Long Wanqing roared, glaring. Long Wanqing, don't you know whether I dare or not? Chu Chen sneered. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Cough, cough. Division Leader Gu, it's all my fault. You already reminded me that Chu Chen is a spy, but because of our old friendship, I let him off. I didn't expect that he would betray Class 1 Hall and betray us so thoroughly. Cough. Cough. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. Oh. Mr. Good discovered that Chu Chen was my man long ago. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded and said, Chu Chen. He has a golden sword. Over the past few days, I saw him tapping the sword lightly with his finger. I did not think much of it when he did it once or twice. However, he did it every day. You can guess my identity. Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in shock. Then, he took out the golden sword and tapped it lightly with his finger. Buzz! The golden longsword trembled, and at this moment, from afar, another golden beam of light suddenly shot over, instantly arriving in front of Chu Chen. Clap! Chu Chen reached out and caught it. It was a golden longsword that was one size smaller. Mother-child swords. Mother-child swords. The bramble flower ritual array has a sound barrier. Information cannot spread. That day, before you entered the bramble flower ritual array, you left the child swords outside the ritual array. Over the past few days, when you tapped the mother sword, the child's sword would tremble as well. The different tremors would send different messages. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Pejuan. Pejuan smiled coldly, seeming to confirm Venerable Lu Nian's guess. It turns out that aside from Pejuan and Gaochen, Division Master Chu also has startling hearing. However, no one would have thought that you heard every single word that Granny Qinghua said when she invited Huangfu Chaoge here. Gu Hai's eyes darkened slightly. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly. Cough 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 cough, it is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ah, little girl, you must be careful. That Chu Chen is not a good person. Ha 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 ha. Granny Qinghua laughed bitterly. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly and thrust his sword. I know where Huangfu Chaoge is. Granny Qinghua suddenly said. Buzz. Chu Chen's sword stopped right before Granny Qinghua's forehead. You know? Chu Chen asked coldly. That's right. I know. I know where he is now. Ha ha ha. I know it very well. Granny Qinghua said with a sinister smile. Speak quickly. Chu Chen demanded coldly. Let go of me. Let go of me first. Granny Qinghua said coldly. Chu Chen stared at Granny Qinghua for a while. However, Granny Qinghua was already extremely weak. How could she resist? Humph. Chu Chen loosened his foot and let go of Granny Qinghua. Granny Qinghua slowly crawled to her feet, trembling. At this moment, Granny Qinghua was extremely weak. It looked like she would collapse at any moment. Granny Qinghua gently brushed the dust off her body. Then, she looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, Granny Qinghua bowed to Gu Hai. Mr. Good, many thanks. Many thanks for saving my group of underlings. There were more than 2,000 passion flower tree demons in the surroundings. All of them had red eyes and were crying. It's a pity that all of their cultivations have been destroyed. Gu Hai sighed softly. Granny Qinghua took 2 steps forward and shook her head. It's all right. As long as they are alive, it's fine. Many races were annihilated during the 10,000-year calamity of the monster race. It's enough that they are still alive. Ha, it's enough. Granny Qinghua took 2 more steps forward. At the same time, she looked at the passion flower tree demons and said, all of you, listen up. From today onwards, all of you passion flowers must listen to Gu Hai. Anyone who doesn't listen will become the enemy of my entire race. The enemy of my entire race. Granny. The passion flower tree demons cried as they looked at Granny Qinghua. Only Gu Hai can save all of you. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Granny Qinghua shouted at the top of her lungs. Yes. Woo woo woo. The passion flower tree demons cried out. Granny Qinghua had already walked up to Gu Hai. Suddenly, she revealed a faint smile and said, Mr. Good, I see that your cultivation is at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core realm, right? Yes. I have opened the kidney orifice. Gu Hai nodded. The kidney orifice is good. The kidney orifice is good. In the future, I will leave these passion flowers to you. I will leave them to you. Granny Qinghua said with a faint smile. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Since you have opened the kidney orifice, you have yet to open the liver orifice. The liver is of the wood attribute. I have a 10,000-year spirit and experienced a great calamity. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use it and can't protect it. Why don't I open the liver orifice for you? Granny Qinghua smiled as she extended her hand and patted Gu Hai's abdomen. No. Bastard. Chu Chen, who was nearby, suddenly reacted and glared. Wang. Suddenly, a beam of emerald light shot out from Granny Qinghua's palm and into Gu Hai's body. The emerald light shone brightly and illuminated the entire world. Would God? Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. That's mine. Bastard. Chu Chen was shocked and furious. He stabbed his sword toward Granny Qinghua. Don't even think about it. Mu Chenfeng glared and waved her hand. A large number of roots rushed toward Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen's sword light was too bright. It instantly cut the roots into pieces. Mu Chenfeng was also covered in blood. She was sent flying. She was not a match for Chu Chen at all. At this moment, Granny Qinghua turned her head and looked at Chu Chen. She revealed a faint smile and said, too late. Ha 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 ha. It's all too late. Chu Chen's expression changed. He saw the emerald light around Gu Hai. Granny Qinghua had already poured the passion flower wood god into Gu Hai's body. Bastard. That's mine. No one can take it away from me. Chu Chen raised his sword and was about to slash at Gu Hai. How dare you? Luyang of Gojosian snorted coldly. Chapter 238. How presumptuous! The Luyang of Gojosian snorted coldly. The Luyang of Gojosian's cold snort was like a bell ringing in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen's mind immediately swayed, and he stopped stabbing his sword at Gu Hai. Cold sweat covered his face. Your Highness, this subordinate was rash. Chu Chen said, sweating profusely. The Luyang of Gojosian looked coldly at Chu Chen. Then, he finally calmed down. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen. His plan was for naught. Ha 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 ha. Granny Qinghua guffawed. As Granny Qinghua laughed, her entire body aged quickly. Her hair turned white, and her skin became dry and wrinkled. Her entire body shriveled up. Granny. Sob. 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 The countless tree men immediately knelt down. As they watched Granny Qinghua change continuously, they cried. Cough. 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 If the god lives, the tree lives. If the god dies, the tree dies. The primes of the entire race handed their lives to the god. If the god dies, she dies as well. Cough. Cough. As Granny Qinghua laughed, she slowly shriveled up and slowly turned into a withered, dead passion flower tree. The passion flower tree withered and eventually shrank into a pile of rotten wood. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly and swung his sword. Boom. Granny Qinghua's rotten wood immediately split in half. Granny. The group of tree men cried as they stepped forward, hugging Granny Qinghua's corpse, which had already turned into a pile of rotten wood. They cried bitterly. After Chu Chen chopped Granny Qinghua's corpse in half, he looked at Gu Hai with dissatisfaction. Gu Hai's body gave off a jade green light. After the passion flower tree god entered her body, Granny Qinghua finally gave up on life. The passion flower tree god seemed to know her end. It was very willing to sacrifice itself, doing its best to help Gu Hai open the liver aperture. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the liver aperture opened. The jade green wood god instantly transformed the liver and the liver aperture. In the blink of an eye, the liver aperture gave off a jade green light, forming a wood god palace. It corresponded with the blue light of the water god palace in the kidney aperture. Fourth tier of the golden core stage. Gu Hai felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Rumble. Previously, the bone saber had absorbed the energy of the 1,000 flood dragons, Bashya, and the 5 giant dragons. Now, it no longer needed to squeeze them, and it was flowing toward the kidney aperture. Buzz! As soon as it entered the kidney aperture, it was transformed into a wave of wood-type true essence that slowly rotated in the center of the kidney aperture. Activating the true dragon golden core art, Gu Hai separated a strand of his consciousness and immediately formed a green dragon of the wood element, coordinating the spherical wood element Jin Yuan. Ong! 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 Within his body, the purple dragon in his dantian, the blue dragon in his kidney aperture, and the green dragon in his liver aperture slowly rotated within Gu Hai's veins. The 3 true essences did not interfere with each other, even when they interacted with each other. However, at this moment, when the blue dragon's water element true essence circulated to the liver aperture, it actually transformed into some wood element true essence and entered the liver aperture. Water, wood. Gu Hai's consciousness watched the transformation of quintessential essence with astonishment. Could it be that the 5 elements' true essence could be transformed into each other? Gu Hai was excited, but he did not dare to be careless at this moment. When the 3 true essences circulated in his body and returned to their respective dantians and quasi-dantians, it was over. Then, the 3 true essences could rotate on their own. Boom! A strand of energy surged out around Gu Hai as he opened his eyes. 5th tier of the golden core realm. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with joy. However, In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn again as he looked up at the flying ship in the sky. During this period of time, Liu Yang of Gojoseon had been waiting for him. 5th tier of the Golden Core Realm. Congratulations, Mr. Good. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Hai nodded. At the side, Chu Chen's face was gloomy as he stared at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, since you have recovered your cultivation, why don't you leave now and follow me back to my residence? Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He wanted to refuse, but at this moment, he could not open his mouth. At this moment, Pejuan suddenly raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of joy. He waved his hand. Buzz! A sound barrier was formed, and no one could hear what was going on inside. Your Highness, the things have arrived at your residence. They have arrived at your residence first. Pejuan said with a look of joy. Oh! Liu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you have given me the things. I can form an invincible army. Pejuan revealed a look of excitement. Mr. Mo is back too. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Pejuan. No, I heard voices in the residence, but I didn't see Mr. Mo. Wait, the escort described it. Mr. Mo only arrived after 2 days. He stayed in Silvermoon City earlier, and it seemed like he was looking for someone's whereabouts. Pejuan said with a frown. Looking for someone's whereabouts? Do you need Mr. Mo to stay here personally? Liu Yang of Gojoseon asked in a low voice. The housekeeper also asked the escort. That person said that Mr. Mo said that this person is very important. He is a great talent. If your highness can get this person, it will be no less than getting another batch of goods to escort. Pejuan said, slightly stunned. Oh. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. But, that's not very possible, right? This batch of goods is. Who can compare to them? Pejuan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Mo is looking for talents for me. Ha ha ha, great talent. Pejuan, don't underestimate a great talent. Take Mr. Mo for example. This batch of goods can never compare to Mr. Mo's. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Yes. Pejuan nodded. Okay, let's get ready to go back to the residence. I want to see how different this batch of goods is from what I imagined. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with anticipation. The sound barrier was soundproof, so the conversation inside couldn't be heard. However, Gu Hai could tell from their expressions that they were in a good mood. Moreover, from their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to leave immediately. Buzz! The sound barrier suddenly disappeared. Before Liu Yang of Gojoseon could speak, Gu Hai immediately spoke first. Your Highness, Gu Hai also wants to go to the residence immediately. However, Granny Qinghua helped me after all. She even gave me the wood deity and opened the wood deity palace. Gu Hai has no other request. I only hope that your highness will allow me to handle Granny Qinghua's funeral and fulfill one of my wishes. Gu Hai said. Liu Yang of Gojoseon frowned. Although Granny Qinghua betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire, I am still indebted to her. Please allow me to bury her body. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bury her? Humph. Is this withered piece of wood worthy of her burial? Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Venerable Lun Yen, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, this is the difference between humans and beasts. Ha! Division Master Gu's trust is unparalleled. He will sincerely repay anyone who shows him kindness, unlike some people who betray Elite Hall despite Elite Hall treating them with sincerity. Without trust, one cannot survive. Who would dare to use a person who betrays them? Today, you can betray Elite Hall. In the future, will you betray Liu Yang of Gojoseon as well? Old thing, you are seeking death. Chu Chen shouted while glaring. Lu Yang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes at Chu Chen. Isn't that so? Everyone has different personalities. You can be two-faced and betray your former master, but Gu Hai will not. He will finish what he started. Once he makes a promise, he will not turn back, Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Indeed, Venerable Lu Nian was right. Gu Hai's character was better than Chu Chen's. Although Xiao Chen's character displeased the current Xiao Chen, if he subdued this person in the future, this person would be as loyal to him. At this thought, the anger in Lu Yang of Gojoseon's heart faded. He frowned as he looked at Chu Chen. Indeed, this person had some tricks up his sleeve. However, he could only use them as a lackey. As Venerable Lu Nian scolded Chu Chen, he observed Lu Yang of Gojoseon's expression. Venerable Lu Nian sighed in relief when he saw Lu Yang of Gojoseon's anger toward Gu Hai calm down. Instead, he admired Gu Hai even more. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai, a golden core realm cultivator. Venerable Lu Nian and Mu Chenfeng were both severely injured and weak. As for Long Wanqing's strength, just now, the Yuanying state's strength should have been weaker than Mu Chenfeng's. The group of tree men had been crippled long ago. The close to 1,000 Wood Division disciples. They were too weak to stand up to the wind. Gaochen. Gu Hai's only reliance was Gaochen. All right. Mr. Good, this prince respects you for your loyalty. Stay behind to handle Granny Qinghua's funeral. I'll give you 1 day. Once you are done, return to the prince's residence, Lu Yang of Gojoseon said seriously. Your Highness, rest assured. Gu Hai nodded. Chu Chen, Pejuan, stay behind and wait for Gu Hai. Show him the way. Lu Yang of Gojoseon instructed. Yes. Pejuan nodded somewhat reluctantly. After all, Pejuan was eager to see the things that Mr. Mo had sent back. Now that he was left behind, he felt depressed. However, Pejuan also understood that the prince had left him behind to monitor Gaochen. After all, they were all heaven-grade zither and understood each other. He would not feel at ease leaving others behind. As for Chu Chen and the group of Gold Division disciples, they were naturally used to monitor Gu Hai's group. With Chu Chen's strength, watching over Gu Hai's group was a piece of cake. Mr. Good, I'll see you at the prince's residence the day after tomorrow. This prince also wants to hear what other new works Mr. Good has. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Your Highness, don't worry. I still have some songs. When the time comes, I'll invite you to enjoy them. Gu Hai said with a smile. All right. Let's return to the residence. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Yes. The 1 million soldiers in the surroundings shouted and boarded the flying ships. Rumble. 100 flying ships slowly flew into the distance. Lu Yang of Gojoseon left with his large group of subordinates. Flames burned in the Passion Flower Valley, leaving behind a pile of rubble. It looked like hell on earth. Thousands of Passion Flower tree spirit corpses and Granny Qinghua's corpses littered the ground. They were all very miserable. Sob. 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 The group of tree men cried out as they hugged the corpses. Cough. 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 Venerable Lu Nian coughed out blood weakly. His injuries were not light. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened. Hall Master, my condolences. We are going to collect Granny Qinghua's corpse. Gu Hai sighed softly. Master. Mu Chenfeng was covered in blood. At this moment, she cried bitterly as well. Gaochen did not say anything from the start to the end. He bit his lip, showing an extremely unsightly expression. Earlier, he felt a great threat from Lu Yang of Gojoseon. What are you looking at, loser? Humph. Gaochen said coldly as he looked at Pejuan. Loser. Ha. You just won a song, and you dare to be proud of it. I know thousands of songs. You just gained intelligence. How many songs have you heard? Ambush from 10 sides. Now, I know one as well. Do you want to give it a try? Pajuan smiled coldly. Chapter 239. Loser. Ha, what's there to be proud of after winning a song? I know hundreds of thousands of songs. How many songs have you heard since you just gained sentience? Ambush from 10 sides. Now, I know one too. Do you want to try? Pajuan sneered. Gauchen glared at him. So what if you gain sentience early? You know hundreds of thousands. I don't. I don't need to know. I can create my own songs at any time, and I've created a lot of them. If my master hadn't stopped me just now, I would have used my own song. No, my song. A heaven-grade Guqin has no creativity. Songs come from the outside world and the master. Ha, you know how to create songs. Pajuan didn't believe him. Are you scared now? Gauchen said proudly. Come on then. Let me hear your song. Your song. Pajuan stared at Gauchen. Pajuan's expression was gloomy. It wasn't that he couldn't be provoked, but he wanted to test Gauchen's ability. Come on then. I'm not scared of you. Listen carefully, I'm going to sing. Gauchen was instantly enraged. Shut up. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh? Master? Gauchen looked at Gu Hai blankly. Don't be rude. Gu Hai shouted. Granny Qinghua had just passed away, and Gu Hai didn't want Gauchen's song to disturb everyone's mood. However, Pajuan thought that Gu Hai was trying to hide something. Mr. Good, don't stop him. This is a competition between Gauchen and me. If he wants to sing, let him sing. I also want to see how capable Gauchen is after being trained by Mr. Good. Pajuan shook his head and looked at Gu Hai. Although his words were polite, there was an unquestionable tone in defeating army's tone. That's right, master. This Pajuan is too cocky. I'll sing a song to show him how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. A loser dares to be cocky. I don't know what he's so cocky about. Gauchen immediately shouted. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Mr. Good, please don't stop me. Pajuan said firmly. Then, you guys find a place where there's no one. Don't let the sound reach us. Gu Hai said with a frown. Pajuan was slightly startled. He thought that Gauchen's sound technique would be too strong and would hurt the trance. Immediately, his opinion of Gauchen increased. Don't worry. I have the hypersonic cage here. Gauchen and I will be sparring behind closed doors. We won't disturb you. Pajuan waved his hand, and a huge house flew out of his sleeve. The four walls of the house were engraved with a large number of runes and formations. They emitted a faint fluorescent light. Hypersonic cage. Gu Hai was slightly startled. That's right. The hypersonic cage isolates sound from the inside and outside. As long as Gauchen and I enter, the door will be closed for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the door will open automatically. More importantly, the sound path inside will not cause any substantial harm. Only the wills will clash. I'm just competing with Gauchen in terms of wills. Pajuan said in a low voice. Oh. No substantial harm. Just like the Guqin army from before. Won't it appear? Just tune against tune, singing against singing. Gu Hai was slightly startled. That's right. At Gauchen's level, wills are enough to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. Pajuan said in a low voice. Master, just let me go. Watch me beat this loser with my singing. Gauchen rubbed his hands together. Singing? Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. Alright, but don't lose. You'll have to break this hypersonic cage. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Good, don't worry. This hypersonic cage can't be broken from the inside. Gao-chen can't break it, and neither can I. We'll have to wait for 4 hours. Don't worry, I won't bully Gao-chen too much. We'll compete with our songs slowly. Pejuan's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Gu Hai looked at Pejuan. That's not what I meant. Master. Gao-chen said anxiously. Gu Hai's face twitched. He looked at Pejuan and said, Mr. Pejuan, if Gao-chen can't sing well, please forgive him. Don't lower yourself to his level. You think Gao-chen's song is too fierce and will hurt me? You want to plead on his behalf so that I won't pursue the matter? Ha ha ha, Mr. Good, you're too confident, aren't you? Pejuan's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. Huh? Gu Hai was stunned again. He really didn't mean it that way. Master, let me destroy this despicable person's arrogance. Gao-chen glared at him. Mr. Good, don't stop me. I've already taken out my hypersonic cage. It can't be taken back. Pejuan said in a deep voice. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, All right, Gao-chen, be careful. Don't go overboard. No, Mr. Good, I want Gao-chen to do his best. Otherwise, it won't be honorable even if I win. Pejuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was speechless. I really didn't mean it that way. Go. Gu Hai couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Gao-chen, please. Pejuan waved his hand. Let's go. Gao-chen replied. The two stepped into the hypersonic cage. Boom. The door slammed shut. Immediately, an hourglass appeared above the door. The sand slowly flowed in. After 4 hours, the door would open. Besides Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yan's eyelids also twitched. Is this Pejuan courting death? Is Gao-chen going to sing his divine song? At the side, the heartbroken Long Wanqing and Mu Chen-feng watched the two heaven-grade zither compete. Their faces, which were red from crying, suddenly froze, as if they had foreseen something. Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Do you really think that Gao-chen can win against Pejuan? Is this a joke? Everyone looked at Chu Chen in disgust. Gu Hai looked at Chu Chen and revealed a cold smile. What does winning or not have to do with you? After I enter the sovereign residence, you will be nothing. Ha! What did you say? Chu Chen glared coldly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai ignored Chu Chen. Instead, he looked at the group of tree demons and said, Tidy up the corpses of all the tree demons and carefully protect Granny Qinghua's corpse. Prepare to bury her. Yes. The group of passion flower tree demons immediately answered. Although the passion flower tree demons had their dantians broken, they still quickly rushed to the surroundings to tidy up their companions' corpses. A sorrowful atmosphere spread throughout the entire passion flower valley. Gu Hai took out some medicinal pills and fed them to Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Chen-feng. However, the two were too severely injured and would not recover quickly. The group of Wood Division disciples also went to help tidy up the mess. The Wood Division disciples slowly extinguished the flames in the surroundings. They searched the ruins for the passion flower tree demons' corpses. Gu Hai brought Long Wanqing around the valley. Chu Chen kept staring at the two. Nearly 3,000 Metal Division disciples were guarding the Tree Demons and Wood Division disciples. However, the Tree Demons had their cultivations crippled, so there was not much to worry about. Bury these Tree Demons by the sea, then. They will look at the vast sea and not have to worry about the hardships of the mortal world anymore. Gu Hai sighed softly. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far from Gu Hai's ritual array, he summoned a large number of Wood Division disciples and quickly started digging. The passion flower tree demon corpses were tidied up. The group of tree demons wept as they tidied up. When they saw their friends and family turn into piles of rotten wood, grief welled up in their hearts. Chu Chen stood on a mountain peak not far away and watched coldly. Chu Chen helped Venerable Lun Yen and Mu Chen Feng over. When Gu Hai saw Venerable Lun Yen, he gave Chu Chen a look with his back to him. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he looked at the ritual array that Gu Hai laid in the past. That cloudy ritual array previously suppressed the dragons and contained the 28-line pair World Ritual Array's items. Venerable Lun Yen immediately understood. He returned the look, pretending to be in great pain. Hall Master, go and take care of Venerable Lun Yen. The Venerable's injuries are too severe. Use your veritable essence energy to clean up his meridians and help him recover quickly, Gu Hai advised Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing nodded. Then, Chu Chen walked over to Venerable Lun Yen. The pieces of rotten wood were tidied up and piled together like a small mountain. 2,000-odd crying tree demons stood at the side. A large pit was dug. Now, all the tree demons were waiting for Gu Hai's orders to be buried in it. Not far away, Chu Chen and the others did not notice anything strange. Gu Hai calculated the time. About 4 hours had passed. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and turned to the crying tree demons. Stop crying. I will take revenge for Granny Qinghua. I will remember who chopped her in half. Right now, I do not have the ability to do so. However, when I reach the royal residence, I can take revenge for Granny Qinghua. Many thanks, Master. The passion flower tree demons immediately said gratefully. In the distance, Chu Chen's eyelids twitched. He smiled coldly and said, I was the one who chopped Granny Qinghua in half. Why? You can take revenge when you reach the royal residence. You want to take revenge on me? Gu Hai looked at Chu Chen and smiled coldly. What do you think, Division Master Chu? Humph. With just you? Chu Chen sneered. Indeed. My cultivation is not as good as yours, far from it. However, I have my advantages. I can compose music and lay formations. I can lead the Zither Dao army for the Lord. I can lead the Zither Dao army to conquer the world for the Lord. I can lay formations to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. What can Division Master Chu do? Gu Hai smiled. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. Division Master Chu is powerful. I think the Lord should have a large number of powerful subordinates. You are not the first, right? What can you do? Spy. Yes, you can be a spy. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai smiled. Chu Chen stared coldly at Gu Hai. Do you see? When Liu Yang of Gojoseon saw me for the first time, he gave me the wood god instead of you who was loyal to him. Oh right, do you remember the word, presumptuous, that the Lord said earlier? You are presumptuous, right? You dare to point your sword at me? You are presumptuous. Do you know why? Gu Hai smiled and said. Chu Chen's anger grew. Because, in the Lord's eyes, I will become his right-hand man. I am a person, I am irreplaceable. You, on the other hand, are just a slightly stronger spy. You are just a lackey, and a lackey that can be replaced at any time. You dare to point your sword at me? That is an offense. Ha, Division Master Chu, let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion. Gu Hai smiled. Chu Chen's expression changed. Gu Hai's tone was filled with an unforgettable hatred. Let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion. This hatred will not end until one of them dies. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Chen tightened his grip. Gu Hai saw that Chu Chen was angered by him and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 240. Division Master Chu, why are you holding your sword? Are you trying to dig out my liver and snatch the wood spirit inside? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly, suppressing the rage in his heart. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Chu Chen could endure until now, he did not want to provoke him further. Doing so would backfire. Then, he turned his head and looked at the Gold Division disciples. What are you looking at? Stay away from my servants. Humph. They are poisoned by the bramble flower ritual array. It was the Treant who helped you get rid of the poison. Now, you are harming them. I will remember you, Gu Hai said coldly. The expressions of the Gold Division disciples changed, showing anxious expressions. Many of them looked at Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He tightly gripped his sword, wanting to stab Xiao Chen. However, he resisted. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen coughed. Cough. 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 Division Master Gu, don't get angry with him now. If he kills you now, he will only get punished by the Luyang of Gojoseon at most. When you arrive at the residence, he will no longer have a chance. That's true. Gu Hai's face sank as he stepped far away from Chu Chen. However, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. If I kill Gu Hai, the prince will only punish me at most. However, if I become the prince's trusted aide, I will never have a day of peace. Division Master. The Gold Division disciples called out anxiously. Xing. Chu Chen suddenly swung his sword at Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a crimson saber soared into the air. When the crimson saber appeared in his hand, surging energy filled Gu Hai, instantly increasing his strength significantly. Xing. Scarlet light filled the air as the saber light and sword light clashed. Boom. Gu Hai immediately swung his saber into the distance. Sword chi tore apart most of his clothes as they brushed past him. In the end, Gu Hai's strength was far from Chu Chen's. Chu Chen, you dare to kill me? Gu Hai glared at him. That's right. Venerable Lun Yen is right. If I kill you, His Highness will just punish me. If I don't kill you, will you let me go? Chu Chen said coldly. Everyone, listen up. Surround them and kill them all. Chu Chen shouted. Ha! A group of Gold Branch disciples raised their swords and shouted. Withdraw. Venerable Lun Yen called out to Long Wanqing. Buzz. With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing stored the corpses of Granny Qing Hua and the other Treants into her storage space. The Treants furiously looked at the Metal Division's disciples and the Wood Division's disciples, who were holding their swords, looked anxious. Blood Saber. Could he increase his power to the level of the Yuanying state? Your strength just now was at the peak of the second nascent soul realm, right? That's all there is to it. Chu Chen sneered and swung his sword again. Quang. Just at this moment, 4 hours finally passed. The doors of the hypersonic cage suddenly opened in the distance. Bastard! Come out! Come out! Pejuan shouted hoarsely as he was the first to charge out of the hypersonic cage. At this moment, Pejuan's hair was disheveled, and his face was swollen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hoarse appearance was chilling. Gaochen also stepped out of the hypersonic cage. Gaochen was in a similar state. The two's hair was disheveled, and their faces were swollen. Their clothes were tattered as if they had just experienced an inhumane scuffle. Pejuan. Who is afraid of you? Didn't we agree on a zither duel? You attacked me with your zither, and I endured it. However, you did not follow the rules. When it was my turn, why did you not sing for me? I only sang a few lines, and you could not take it anymore. Just admit it, loser. Why throw a tantrum? Tui. Gaochen shouted as he held his swollen face. I was competing with you on the state of the zither. What was that thing that you sang? What was that? It was out of tune, and I don't know which country it went to. If I continue to listen to it, my zither heart will be broken by your disgust. Pejuan shouted. The songs that Pejuan admired in the past were all elegant and artistic. Who would have thought that Gaochen could sing like that? As soon as Gaochen started to sing, Pejuan could not take it anymore. He wanted to stop Gaochen, but Gaochen did not stop at all. Thus, he could not take it anymore and attacked. The two of them started to fight inside the hypersonic cage. As soon as they were out of the hypersonic cage, the two of them started to fight. Suddenly, they heard Gu Hai's shouts from afar. "Chu Chen, you want to kill me? His Royal Highness will not let you go." Gu Hai's angry roar came from afar. With Gaochen and Pejuan's hearing, they heard it immediately. "What? Chu Chen wants to kill my master." Gaochen's expression changed. The voice sounded again from afar. "The one I want to kill is you." "Humph, the wood divinity was crippled by you, but that's that, it still has some effect. If I don't kill you today, you'll definitely make things difficult for me in the future." Chu Chen's roar came from afar. "Gold Division disciples, kill them all." "Yes." The group of Gold Division disciples roared. "Bastard!" The North Star instantly shot into the distance. "How dare you, Chu Chen? What are you doing?" Defeating armies suddenly roared. Whoosh! The North Star Alliance and the Army Destroyer Legion immediately shot towards the distance. On the beach. "Go to the array, go to my array." Gu Hai shouted. "Stop them, don't leave a single one alive, kill them all." Chu Chen shouted. "You dare to come here?" Long Wanqing roared. Immediately, Long Wanqing took out her long sword and blocked the path of the Metal Division disciples with the Wood Division disciples. There were too many Gold Division disciples. Although Long Wanqing was from the Yuanying state, blocking several hundred was her limit. The Wood Division disciples struggled bitterly. The one-sided suppression immediately injured many of the Wood Division disciples. However, this place was right beside the array that Gu Hai laid. Under Venerable Lu Nian's command, the tree men quickly rushed in. On the other side, Gu Hai held his crimson saber as he faced Chu Chen again and again. Boom! Chu Chen thrust his sword, and a huge manifested sword energy knocked back Gu Hai by more than 30 meters. The crimson saber barely blocked the manifested sword energy. However, the sword energy ferociously stabbed at Gu Hai's body as if it wanted to pierce through Gu Hai's body. Ding! 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 Bones protruded from Gu Hai's skin, blocking the sword energy. "How can your body block my sword energy? Are those bones? That's not right." Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in shock. "Ha! Elite Hall's strongest expert. You are only so-so." Gu Hai sneered. "Humph! Only so-so? Wait until I kill you. You can say that then. There is something under your skin. Let's see if there is anything at your vitals. Let's see if your eyes are protected." Chu Chen swung his sword again. "How bold! Chu Chen, how presumptuous!" Pejuan suddenly shouted from the distance. Buzz! Suddenly, zither music rang out, and a large saber rain appeared in the air, charging at Chu Chen. Xiao Chen used the zither to form a saber and charged at Chu Chen. "Huh!" Chu Chen's expression changed as he immediately defended. He swung his sword and clashed with the sword energy. Boom! The saber rain and sword energy cancelled each other out. Pejuan. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. "Ha ha 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 ha. Chu Chen, you can't kill me, right? Ha 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 ha." Gu Hai laughed and retreated. "Humph, Gu Hai, you must die today." Chu Chen glared at him and attacked again. "How dare you? Chu Chen, what are you doing?" Saber Rain Lian Cheng. Defeating armies glared and roared. Cling, 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 cling. Along with the sound of the guqin, a rain of swords fell from the sky and drowned Chu Chen. "Go!" Gu Hai jumped in front of Long Wanqing. Immediately, he pushed the surrounding treants and jumped into the formation with the injured wood helm disciples. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Chu Chen blocked Pejuan and shouted at the Gold Branch disciples. Yes. The group of Gold Division disciples immediately jumped into Gu Hai's formation. Ah! 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 Suddenly, the screams of the Gold Division disciples came from the formation. The Gold Division disciples who wanted to follow behind froze and didn't dare to go forward. Gao Chen also came close. Looking at the formation in the distance, he jumped in without hesitation. Whoosh! Gu Hai and the others all entered the formation. Pejuan and Chu Chen's battle came to a sudden stop. Chu Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to silence me? Do you want to die? Pejuan said coldly. Pejuan, you don't know, Gu Hai just now. Chu Chen glared at him. You dare to kill someone that the prince wants to silence? Let's see how you explain it to the prince when we get back. Pejuan said coldly. Pejuan turned his head and looked at the cloud formation. Mr. Good, come out. With me here, Chu Chen won't dare to do anything. Pejuan shouted. Gu Hai's voice came from the formation. Mr. Pejuan, I don't dare to enter the prince's residence. I almost died in Chu Chen's hands before I even entered. If I enter the prince's residence, I don't know how many times I will be dismembered. Mr. Pejuan, please tell the prince that it's not that I, Gu Hai, don't want to enter the prince's residence, but that I don't dare. Pejuan's face stiffened. At this time, Chu Chen calmed down and suddenly understood everything. Gu Hai, you set me up. You're the one who wants to kill me. You were so aggressive just now, but now you're pretending to be weak. Chu Chen, you really know how to play tricks. Aren't you very capable? Why don't you come in and catch me? Gu Hai sneered. Pejuan frowned slightly. Chu Chen took a step forward and was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. He remembered that the dragons had been killed in this formation. Leader, they can't escape. A Gold Division disciple shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a behemoth rushed out of the formation. It was Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. The flying ship carried everyone into the sky. Mr. Pejuan, I'm very sorry. A voice shouted from the flying ship. Bastard, stop! Chu Chen's face changed. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, Chu Chen also took out a flying ship. The Gold Division disciples jumped onto the flying ship almost at the same time. Chu Chen drove the flying ship into the sky. With a flip of his hand, defeating armies also took out a flying boat and chased after them. Mr. Good, this is all a misunderstanding. Pejuan shouted anxiously. Chu Chen's flying ship followed closely behind. All the Gold Division disciples looked at the white cloud flying ship coldly. At the stern of the white cloud flying ship, Gu Hai held a head in his hand. It was the head of a snake. It was the mutated head of Li Qinghe from the Thousand Islands Sea. The two flying ships were not far from each other and looked at each other from afar. Huh! The Gold Division disciples were slightly stunned. That was a human head? Gold Division disciples, look at my hand. Who is this snake head? Gu Hai smiled and said. Buzz. Suddenly, the eyes of the snake head emitted a red light and shone at the people on Chu Chen's flying ship in the distance. Huh! The Gold Division disciples were confused. Oh no! Chu Chen's eyes widened. Buzz! Everyone instantly fell for the trick. The Gold Division disciples were quickly petrified. Because of Chu Chen's strength, his body stiffened slightly. His strong willpower immediately resisted the petrification curse. Buzz! The flying ship slowed down. Gradually, it stopped. After a while, Chu Chen broke free from the curse. Ha! With a loud shout, the curse was completely removed. Chu Chen was sweating profusely. When he turned to look at Gu Hai's flying ship, it had already flown far away. All the Gold Division disciples were petrified. Only 3 of them didn't see the red light and were extremely frightened. Gu Hai, I won't let you go. Chu Chen stared into the distance and roared. Pejuan's flying ship flew for a while but couldn't catch up. He also stopped. He looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. He turned his head and glared at Chu Chen. Chapter 241. In a quiet valley. Gu Hai and the rest stood quietly in front of a huge tomb. There was no tombstone on the huge tomb. If not for the solemn bow to the huge tomb, it would be hard to imagine that this small hill was a tomb. Long Wanqing, Mu Chenfeng, and the 2,000 tree men were no longer crying, but sadness was still written all over their faces. Alright, this valley is considered quiet. The Passion Flower Valley is destroyed. Granny Qinghua can rest here, right? Gu Hai turned to the tree men and persuaded them. Thank you, Master. The 2,000 tree men knelt down in front of Gu Hai. At this moment, they recognized him as their master not only because of Granny Qinghua's request, but also because of gratitude. A kind of sincere gratitude. If not for Gu Hai, their entire clan would have been wiped out. If not for Gu Hai, Granny would not be able to rest in peace. Get up. Unfortunately, your dantian is. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Master, you don't have to do this. My dantian is destroyed, but we have descendants in the future. The dantian of our descendants will be fine. A tree man shook his head. That's true. Living is the most important. Gu Hai nodded. Actually, their dantian may be able to recover. Mu Chenfeng frowned. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng in confusion. I saw it in the valley before. Senior brother, do you still remember? At that time, there was a tree man whose dantian was destroyed, but it was repaired later. However, he courted death and went out to cause trouble. He died under the weapons. Mu Chenfeng looked at a tree man, Huangfu Chaoga. The tree man's eyes lit up. Yes, back then, Huangfu Chaoga used some unknown method to repair that tree man's dantian. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Huangfu Chaoga. Will he help us? The tree men frowned. Yes, Granny almost had her entire clan exterminated in order to save him. Mu Chenfeng clenched her fists. But Gu Hai, you said that Huangfu Chaoga is evil. Why did you lie to me earlier? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sighed slightly and shook his head. Perhaps Huangfu Chaoga didn't lie to us. I told you that because I was worried that you would expose yourself in front of Luyang of Gojoseon. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Are you saying that Luyang of Gojoseon killed my mother? Is he really the murderer? Long Wanqing showed a look of grief and indignation. There's a 90% chance. Gu Hai nodded. How could this be? Long Wanqing clutched her head in confusion. Alright, let's go find Huangfu Chaoga. It would be best if we could help the tree men heal their dantian. Mu Chenfeng, Granny Qinghua has just passed away. Please take care of these tree men in the future. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng nodded solemnly. Division Leader Gu, if you didn't say it, I was going to beg you. Granny saved my life, raised me, and took me in as her disciple. Now that the Love Flower clan is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Mielu City. The newly built Luyang of Gojoseon residence. In the study. A group of strategists stood in 2 rows. In the middle stood Pejuan and Chu Chen. Luyang of Gojoseon sat behind the desk and looked at the 2 coldly. Say it again. Luyang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Chen wanted to silence Gu Hai. He dug out his liver and gave the order to kill everyone. Pujuan said respectfully. Your Highness, it was Gu Hai who angered me. That's why I was fooled. My subordinates, there are only 3 left. The others have all turned into stone statues. Gu Hai had planned this all along. Chu Qin knelt on the ground with one knee and said remorsefully. Liu Yang of Gojoseon tapped his fingers on the desk, as if in deep thought. He looked at the 2 coldly. After a while, Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, Gu Hai must have angered you on purpose to find an excuse for his escape. Liu Yang of Gojoseon confirmed the matter. Pujuan did not say anything else. Yes, your Highness is wise. Chu Qin said excitedly. Humph. Liu Yang of Gojoseon snorted. Chu Qin felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. He shivered. Why did Gu Hai want to anger you? Because although Gu Hai did not want to come to the prince's mansion, he had no excuse to leave. You gave him an excuse. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Qin coldly. I. Chu Chen's face darkened. If you didn't do anything, would Gu Hai dare not to come to the prince's mansion? You gave him an excuse to leave. You made me lose a great musician and a great general. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Qin coldly. I know I was wrong. Chu Qin did not dare to raise his head. Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at him coldly. One of the strategists said, Your Highness, although Chu Qin was wrong, it was understandable. Gu Hai's threat was too scary. Chu Qin was just trying to protect himself. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Hai's heart is not in the prince's mansion. Even if he came, he would leave. Your Highness, there are thousands of generals. Without Gu Hai, we can't do anything. Although Chu Qin made a mistake this time, he has done a good job. Let's make up for it. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Liu Yang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Indeed, Gu Hai's 2 songs were good, but that was it. Secondly, the formation. He had many strong people who could set up formations. Chu Qin had sided with him. He could not punish him and disappoint other people who wanted to side with him. Liu Yang of Gojoseon was about to let Chu Qin make up for his mistake. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the study. Your Highness, Mr. Mo and young master An are back. A servant's voice came. Mr. Mo is back. Summon him. No, I will go and welcome him personally. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's anger disappeared in an instant. He stood up. Phew. Chu Qin exhaled. The prince's anger was finally gone. Mr. Mo came back just in time. Your Highness, you don't have to make a fuss. I'm back. Laughter came from outside the study. It was Mo Yike leading young master and into the study. At this moment, no one stopped Mo Yike from coming back. Greetings, Mr. Mo. The strategists immediately bowed to Mo Yike respectfully. Mo Yike entered the study and bowed to Liu Yang of Gojoseon respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Grandpa Wang. Young master and also bowed to Liu Yang of Gojoseon respectfully. However, Liu Yang of Gojoseon didn't care about his grandson. He walked out of the study table and helped Mo Yike up. Mr. Mo, you are too polite. I said that you can be rude to me. You can't ignore the etiquette. Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. Young Masterin, who was at the side, shrunk his head. His grandfather personally came out from behind the study table to help Mr. Mo. It was obvious that he valued him. Sir, I saw the item. Sir, it was really easy to get it. Sir, was your trip to Silver Moon City smooth? Liu Yang of Gojoseon asked with concern. It was smooth. However, Silver Moon City met an amazing talent. If your highness can get this person's help, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have to recommend this person. Your highness should do your best to get this talent. Mr. Mo said with a hint of excitement. Oh. Amazing talent. For Sir to give such an evaluation, he must be extraordinary, right? Who is he? Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked curiously. His name is Gu Hai, the water division leader of Elite Hall. Recently, he has been with Long Wanqing. I don't know where he is. I wanted to invite him, but I was too late. What a pity, what a pity. Your Highness, I am sure that he is still in Yingzhou. We must find him. Mo Yike said anxiously. Gu Hai. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was slightly stunned. In the study, the expressions of the strategists also changed. The strategists who had pleaded for Chu Chen immediately shrunk their heads and retreated to the side. Only Chu Chen's mouth was wide open. What? Did your Highness see him? Mo Yike asked in surprise. Lu Yang of Gojoseon glared at Chu Chen, then took a deep breath and looked at Mo Yike. Sir, you said that Gu Hai is an amazing talent. How amazing is he? How is he compared to Sir? 10 times better than me. Mo Yike said with absolute certainty. Chu Chen's face darkened. However, King Lu Yang frowned and said, impossible. No one can defeat Mr. Mister, aren't you exaggerating? 10 times better than me, or even dozens of times better. Mo Yike said with certainty again. Lu Yang of Gojoseon knew that Mo Yike was exaggerating. However, for Mr. Mo, a person who was so proud of himself, to praise an outsider so highly, this outsider must be very powerful. Gu Hai. Was he really so capable? Your Highness, have you seen Gu Hai? That's great. Your Highness, no matter what, you must get Gu Hai. With him, you will have nothing to worry about in the future. As long as you can get Gu Hai's heart, I am willing to offer my position to him. Where is he now? Mr. Mo said with joy. Chu Chen's face darkened. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chen with hatred again and shook his head. I missed it. Alas. What? What happened? Mo Yike was surprised. A tactician stepped forward and respectfully described everything that had happened. Is that the 28 heavens and earth formation, ambush on all sides? Mr. Good, Gu Hai is really brilliant. Mo Yike said with a trace of surprise. When he looked at Chu Chen, Mo Yike's eyes flashed with anger. However, he did not say anything in the end. After all, Chu Chen's existence still required him to appease the other powerhouses who came to join him. Sir, could you have gone overboard? Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully again. Here is the information I collected on Gu Hai. I have organized it. Your Highness, please take a look. Mo Yike took out a stack of documents. The simplified Gu Hai's resume was handed to Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at it carefully. After looking at it, he passed it around for the counselors to see. As they looked at it, everyone frowned deeply. Hiss. The sound of a group of strategists inhaling cold breaths could be heard in the study. Hiss, the song extermination plan. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly shrank. After Gu Hai's resume was passed around, the counselors were also shocked. Gu Hai almost became a member of the Prince Mansion. How could such a talent be forced away by Chu Chen? The counselor who spoke for Chu Chen immediately said, it's all Chu Chen's fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so irreparable. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Your Highness, Gu Hai is very smart and has seen Huangfu Chaoga. He must have guessed a lot about your Highness's plan. That's why he refused to join the Prince Mansion. He wanted to use Chu Chen's help to apologize to you. He didn't want you to vent your anger on him and his family. Ha, how could a rejection be so polite? Sigh. This time, we let Gu Hai go. It's too late now. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. Your Highness, I I didn't expect this. Chu Chen shouted in horror. Bang! Lu Yang of Gojosian kicked Chu Chen to the ground. A ferocious look appeared on his face. As long as Gu Hai entered the king's residence, he would be on board. There would be no chance for him to disembark. However, at this moment, Chu Chen chased him away. How could King Lu Yang not feel angry? The study fell into a dead silence. Lu Yang of Gojosian looked at Chu Chen with hatred. What did he mean by offsetting his faults? This time, even 100 merit points would not be enough. Chu Chen curled up on the ground and did not dare to resist. As a counselor, Mo Yike could only help to analyze. The final decision still needed the Lu Yang of Gojosian. After a while, the Lu Yang of Gojosian suppressed his anger towards Chu Chen. But he still looked at Chu Chen with hostility. Gu Hai. The plan to destroy the Song dynasty. More than a dozen plans were executed at the same time. How could he destroy a country? If he can't be used by me, he can't be used by others. Lu Yang of Gojosian finally said with a cold look in his eyes. Ah! Your Highness, what do you want to do? Mo Yike's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Mo, I know what to do. Don't worry about it. Lu Yang of Gojosian said calmly. Ah! Your Highness, don't do this. Talents are hard to come by. Maybe there's still a chance. Mo Yike said anxiously. I said, Mr. Mo, don't worry about it. Lu Yang of Gojosian shook his head. Me? Me? Sigh. Okay. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Okay, you can go back. Ao Shun has broken into Shinlu City. There are still many things to do. Lu Yang of Gojosian said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered, and slowly retreated. Lu Yang of Gojosian, Mr. Mo, and young Master An were all left behind. Lu Yang of Gojosian was the only one in the study. After a while, Lu Yang of Gojosian said in a low voice, Tell the unborn man to come see me. Yes. Not long after. The unborn man came to the study. Your Highness, you're looking for me. The unborn man looked at Lu Yang of Gojosian. I need you to kill someone for me. Lu Yang of Gojosian said in a low voice. Oh. This is your third request. The unborn man looked at Lu Yang of Gojosian. That's right. 3 requests. Are you going to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a low voice. Chapter 242. Oh. This is your Highness' third request. The unborn man looked at the Lu Yang of Gojosian. That's right. 3 requests. Does your Highness intend to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a deep voice. The study fell into silence. The unborn man looked at the Lu Yang of Gojosian quietly. The Lu Yang of Gojosian also looked at the unborn man coldly. The 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. That's right. I did promise you. In the past, when Long Xiaoya died, one of my subordinates happened to pass by and collected the 3 souls of her before her soul dispersed. The Lu Yang of Gojosian said calmly. I don't care how I got it now. As long as it's the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, Your Highness, please give me the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. With my ability, no matter who it is, I can help you kill them. The unborn man said solemnly. The Lu Yang of Gojosian got up and walked slowly to the inner room of the study. The unborn man waited quietly. At this moment, his hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He seemed to be a little excited. Soon, the Lu Yang of Gojosian came out with a jade box in his hand. There were a lot of runes and restrictions on the jade box. He slowly put the jade box on the desk and signaled the unborn man to do it himself. The unborn man took a deep breath and carefully opened the jade box. When the jade box was opened, there was nothing inside. However, with the unborn man's eyesight, he was able to see a faint blue clump of light in the empty box. Human soul. This is a human soul. Where are the heaven soul and earth soul? The unborn man looked at the Luyang of Gojoseon. Heaven soul. Earth soul. Ha, you haven't even fulfilled the third request, and you want it already? Luyang of Gojoseon sneered. The unborn man fell silent. It's this human soul. I can give it to you first. After you help me kill that person, you can come to my residence. Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Sure, but did you do something to this human spirit? You have other longevity masters in your residence? This human soul had all of its memories and attributes erased. The unborn man said coldly. Maybe my subordinate was careless when he brought it back. However, even if she lost her memories and attributes, wasn't she still Long Xiaoye? Aren't you infatuated? Without her memories, you don't want her anymore? Luyang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man clenched his fists and shook his head. No matter what this girl becomes, I will never dislike her. However, now that all of her characteristics, attributes, and memories are gone, how do I know that she is Long Xiaoye? How do I know that she is Long Xiaoye's human soul? What if you are lying to me? Lying to you? Don't you longevity masters deal with Yin souls every day? How do you tell? Don't you have a way? You can prove it yourself, but I can't. Luyang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man fell silent for a while. Then, he carefully closed the box and held it in his hand solemnly. The unborn man would verify it. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The unborn man said directly. You have seen him before, Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What? Is there a problem? Luyang of Gojoseon said calmly. Okay. The unborn man said firmly. There was no hesitation at all. You know where he is? Luyang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully. I will find him. The unborn man said in a deep voice. You can find him. Wait. Luyang of Gojoseon suddenly frowned and stopped the unborn man. If he could find Gu Hai, could he also capture Gu Hai and use him? Luyang of Gojoseon fell into deep thought. Kill. Or subdue. After a long silence, Luyang of Gojoseon sighed slightly. This kind of intelligent person, once he has made up his mind, there is no way to change it. If he stays in my mansion, we may be able to subdue him. However, if he harbors evil intentions and betrays the mansion, it is impossible to guard against him. Since he cannot enter the mansion, why force him? Forget it, kill him. The unborn man looked at Luyang of Gojoseon and finally nodded. He carried the box and slowly left the study. The unborn man received the order to kill Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon sat in front of his desk and tapped his fingers lightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the unborn man had left. 3 requests. Ha, do you really think 3 requests will be enough? Once you enter my mansion, don't even think about leaving. Half a month later, outside Lushan City. Lushan City was the capital of the Lu dynasty before it moved. Because of the war, it moved to the front line of Lushan City. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the distance outside Lushan City, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, the weak venerable Lun Yan, and Mu Chenfeng stood on the mountain peak, looking at the distant Lushan City. Luck surged in the sky above the city, 1/3 less than at the front lines of Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga moved the capital back to Lushan City. Venerable Lun Yan asked with a frown. Gu Hai nodded and said, indeed. Based on the information we obtained earlier, without Huangfu Chaoga, Lushan City could not withstand the attack of Luyang of Gojoseon's army. Soon, it fell. The Lushan people fled in panic with some officials and soldiers. They only managed to escape after suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, Huangfu Chaoge had the imperial seal with her, so she moved the capital back. Unfortunately, she moved the capital in a hurry and lost 1/3 of her luck. Right now, the Lu dynasty is heavily fortified. If not for Gaoqin's sharp hearing, we would have been discovered several times, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Lushan city is in front. It is even more heavily fortified. Huangfu Chaoge is here. Should we report it? Mu Chenfeng asked with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head and said, no, that would be too sensitive. It's fine if Huangfu Chaoge is willing to help the Treants. But what if? That shouldn't be the case, right? Mu Chenfeng said with a frown. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian said, that shouldn't be the case. However, there is always a what if. Right now, the Treants cannot retaliate. What if something happens? We need to test them first. Hall Master, stay behind and protect everyone. The Venerable and Mu Chenfeng have not recovered from their injuries yet. Keep an eye on them. Gaoqin, stay behind. I'll go in and take a look myself, Gu Hai said solemnly. No, you should bring along Gaoqin. If there is any danger, you can be on guard, Long Wanqing immediately rejected. That's right. Division Master Gu, we are in this valley. It is very well hidden. There definitely won't be any danger. Mu Chenfeng also shook her head. Division Master Gu, if you are worried, you can lay down a ritual array around our valley. If something happens, Gaoqin should be able to hear it. It won't be too late for you to come back. Just bring Gaoqin with you, Venerable Lu Nian answered. After looking at the three, Gu Hai nodded and said, that's fine. That night, with the help of the Wood Division disciples, Gu Hai laid a large fog ritual array, enveloping the entire hidden valley. Bringing along Gaoqin, Gu Hai bade farewell to the group. Then, he stepped out of the valley and headed for the distant Lushan city. Master, I remember Huangfu Chaoge's voice. Let me hear it. What is he doing now? Hey! There's a sound barrier. Is Huangfu Chaoge on guard against me? No, he's on guard against Pejuan. That tasteless person. Master, do you know? That Pejuan doesn't have any ability. He competed with me on the zither. He played a song, and I persevered. When I sang a song, he couldn't take it anymore. It's not worth mentioning. Gaoqin kept talking nonsense along the way. That day, I heard Pejuan say that the heaven-grade zither has no creativity. Gu Hai looked at Gaoqin in confusion. Who said that there is no creativity? I have it. He is the one who doesn't have the ability. Look at me, I have created so many songs. This journey is boring. Why don't I sing a song for Master to relax? Gaoqin looked at Gu Hai expectantly. You're not allowed to sing. Gu Hai said with a straight face. Gu Hai left with Gaoqin. In the array, Long Wanqing stood on a small hill and watched Gu Hai's back from afar. A gentle light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, in the sky outside the array, there was a figure standing among the clouds. It was the unborn man who had rushed over from Miela City. In just half a month, he had found Gu Hai and his group and had even caught up with them. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's back and did not chase after him. Instead, he looked down at the array below. The array was covered by clouds, but the unborn man could clearly see where Long Wanqing was. With a flip of his hand, the unborn man took out a jade box. It was the soul box that he had obtained from Lu Yang of Gojoseon half a month ago. There was a human soul in it. Human soul. The soul of a descendant. Little girl, if this is your human soul, then it is definitely connected to your daughter. I just need to check the soul. Little girl, I did many things that you did not like in the past few days. However, I did it all for the sake of reviving you. As long as you can be revived, I am willing to do anything. I hope that you will not blame me in the future. The unborn man sighed softly. The sky gradually darkened. Long Wanqing stood on the hill and watched until the sky turned dark. Only when she could no longer see Gu Hai's back did she look away with some reluctance. In the valley, Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Chenfeng knew what Long Wanqing was doing. They could also tell that Long Wanqing had feelings for Gu Hai. The two did not say anything, focusing on treating her injuries. Long Wanqing shook her head and slowly descended the mountain. However, halfway down the mountain, Long Wanqing frowned slightly. She seemed to sense something and quickly turned her head. She saw a black and white robed figure standing behind her. It was the unborn man. Unborn man. You, how did you enter the ritual array? Long Wanqing exclaimed. However, there seemed to be a sound barrier in the surroundings. Although Long Wanqing's voice was very loud, the outside world could not hear it. Come out with me. I have Long Xiaoya's human soul here. Help me test it and see if this is Long Xiaoya, the unborn man said indifferently. What? My mother? My mother's human soul? That's impossible. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Don't let anyone else know. I'll wait for you in the valley behind. The unborn man pointed to a valley in the distance. Whoosh! The unborn man's figure flashed, and he vanished. The sound barrier around Long Wanqing also vanished. Long Wanqing stood where she was, her expression uncertain. Why can't others know? Long Wanqing frowned heavily. What does the unborn man want to do? Does he want to harm us? That's not right. Given the unborn man's strength, if he wants to make a move, none of us are a match for him. What was that earlier? My mother's human soul. Is that true? Long Wanqing hesitated in her heart. However, after a moment of silence, determination flashed in her eyes. If the unborn man wants to harm me, I cannot stop him. Go. Even if there is only a trace of hope, I have to go. Chapter 243. Naturally, the ritual array that Gu Hai laid had already told Long Wanqing about the key points. Long Wanqing quietly stepped out of the ritual array and headed to the valley that the unborn man pointed to. At this moment, that valley was also enveloped by a hidden ritual array. White fog lingered on the outside, but black qi filled the inside, and sinister winds blew. Come in, then, the unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and stepped in. There was a strange ritual array in the center of the valley. The ritual array floated above a black hole, and sinister winds came from that black hole. It seemed to connect to the netherworld. This is... Long Wanqing said with a frown. The unborn man turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. There is also a sound barrier in my ritual array. If you want to ask, ask away. My mother's human soul. How did you obtain it? Long Wanqing glared at the unborn man. Lu Yang of Gojoseon gave it to me. However, I am not sure yet. I need you to help me verify it. You are the girl's daughter, so you must have inherited the human soul. If it is correct, then it is the girl's human soul. If it is confirmed, then I will have to look for the heavenly soul and earthly soul. Perhaps I can really revive the girl. Ha! The unborn man sighed softly. Why is it not in my valley? Long Wanqing stared at the unborn man with some disbelief in her eyes. Your valley? That fellow Lun Yan. Back then, when the girl was still alive, he went against me at every turn. I do not want him to know about this, the unborn man said coldly. The Venerable is infatuated with my mother. You are just jealous of the Venerable. Furthermore, the Venerable said that you are not worthy of knowing who my father is. This shows that you are petty. Long Wanqing said hatefully. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yan had raised her up and treated her like a teacher. She could not allow the unborn man to slander him. Humph. Your father is a coward. Abandoning his wife and daughter is not a good thing. I want to know who he is. I must teach him a lesson. The unborn man said coldly. Humph, my mother said that my father is a peerless hero who is unstoppable under the heavens. He just doesn't know that my mother is dead, that's all. When my father comes back, I'll teach you all a lesson. Long Wanqing gritted her teeth and said. Although she was so sad that she didn't want to acknowledge her father that day, she still had some expectations for her father. He was also Long Wanqing's spiritual pillar all these years. Alright, cut the crap. Put your hand on this soul fusion identification array. Let me see if it's the girl's human soul. The unborn man said in a deep voice. As the unborn man spoke, he took out the soul box and carefully opened it. Then, he placed the soul box on one end of the ritual array. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. She did not have a good impression of the unborn man. However, the person before her might be her mother's human soul. Long Wanqing did not dare to be careless. She followed the unborn man's instructions and carefully placed her hand on the other end of the ritual array. Don't move. It will hurt a little later. Bear with it. The unborn man said coldly. As he spoke, he drove the ritual array. Buzz! Boundless Yin energy instantly rushed out of the large hole under the ritual array and enveloped Long Wanqing. The bone-chilling cold penetrated deep into her soul. Ah! Long Wanqing screamed in pain. Buzz! Suddenly, a faint blue outline appeared on Long Wanqing's body. It was Long Wanqing's human soul. Above the ritual array, a trace of golden aura suddenly appeared. It grabbed the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul and gently pulled it to the center of the ritual array. In the soul box on the other end, there was also a thin golden line pulling on a faint blue light. It touched the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling blue light bloomed from the soul box. What a warm feeling. Mother, Mother, this is Mother's aura. Mother, is it really you? Mother, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. You said that you would come back to bring gifts for me and my younger sister. Why didn't you come back? Mother, my younger sister and I miss you so much. Mother. Long Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, her entire body seemed to be trembling. Buzz! The ritual array suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing's human soul returned to its original position. In the soul box, Long Xiaoya's human soul also returned. It's the girl. It's really the girl. The unborn man's voice trembled slightly. The Yin energy on Long Wanqing's body disappeared. However, at this moment, tears suddenly fell like rain. Mother, is that you? Can you hear me? Mother, woo, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. Long Wanqing immediately cried and wanted to go forward. Bang! The unborn man closed the soul box and very carefully put it away. He did not let Long Wanqing come close. That's my mother. That's my mother. You gave it to me. Give it back to me. Woo! Long Wanqing's emotions were extremely agitated. More than 20 years of grievances and longing instantly erupted. Calm down, Long Wanqing. This is only your mother's human soul. Moreover, she has lost all her memories and attributes. The unborn man immediately shouted. The shout directly rushed into Long Wanqing's mind. Immediately, Long Wanqing calmed down a lot. Wiping her tears, Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. Senior, this is my mother. You have a way to revive her, right? Right? You can definitely do it. At this moment, in order to save her mother, Long Wanqing's attitude towards the unborn man instantly changed. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. He let out a long breath and nodded. Long Wanqing, thank you for helping me confirm the girl's human soul this time. I do have a way to save her. You just need to find the three souls. However, even if you save her, she will have lost all her memories. She will be blank. She will not recognize you, nor will she recognize me. As long as my mother can be saved, I will slowly tell her everything in the future. She is my mother. Please save her. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt down. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing and said in a deep voice, "Then you must first get back the girl's heaven soul and earth soul." My mother's heaven soul and earth soul? Where are they? Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man and asked anxiously. They are in the hands of Luyang of Gojoseon. He promised me that as long as I help him do one more thing, he will give me the girl's heaven soul and earth soul. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What is it? Is it difficult? Do you need my help? What can I do? As long as you can save my mother, I will do anything. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. Kill Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What? Long Wanqing looked like she was struck by lightning. She stared at the unborn man with her eyes wide open. If you want your mother to live, Gu Hai must die. The unborn man said in a deep voice. My mother, Gu Hai. Only one can live. Long Wanqing suddenly sat on the ground paralyzed. No, Gu Hai must die. The unborn man said coldly. No. You can't kill Gu Hai. You can't. Long Wanqing's whole body was trembling. If Gu Hai doesn't die, the girl can't live. Don't you want Long Xiaoye to be revived? That's right, why should I ask for your opinion? The unborn man said indifferently. To save her mother, Gu Hai had to die. If Gu Hai lived, he would not save her mother. Long Wanqing sat on the ground paralyzed. She was on the verge of breaking down. Why did it become like this? Why did it become like this? Long Wanqing showed a look of despair. On one side was the person she loved. On the other side was her mother whom she missed so much. Choose one of the two. What should I do? All right, Long Wanqing, you can go back. I will save the girl. I have to go too. The unborn man said indifferently. Go. Where are you going? Long Wanqing suddenly quivered. Of course I'm going to find Gu Hai. Before this, I wasn't sure if it was a human soul. Now that I am sure, I just need to deal with Gu Hai. The unborn man said indifferently. No, you can't kill Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly screamed. Don't you want your mother to be revived? The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. Yes. Long Wanqing showed a sad expression. That's enough. All right, let's talk about it again after we save the girl. The unborn man said indifferently. Wait. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. What's wrong? The unborn man was puzzled. How did you find Gu Hai? We have been extremely careful over the past few days. However, you still managed to find us. How did you find us? Long Wanqing asked as she looked at the unborn man expectantly. It is difficult for others to find a person, but it is not difficult for us, Master Shou. Hair is the metabolic product of the three souls. It is the dregs discarded by the three souls, but it was also a part of the three souls. We, Master Shou, are most sensitive to souls. Hair has breath. I paid attention to your breath. Following the breath, I can find you. The unborn man said indifferently. Hair. Did you find us because of our hair? You can accurately find Gu Hai. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man in despair. In this way, Gu Hai could no longer escape. That's right. The unborn man said indifferently. Senior, for the sake of my mother, I beg you to wait and kill Gu Hai, okay? I beg you. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt in front of the unborn man. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. When Gu Hai comes back, let me say goodbye to him. I beg you, woo woo woo. Long Wanqing kept kowtowing to the unborn man, dong, dong, dong. Kowtowing again and again, Long Wanqing's forehead was bleeding. But she did not stop for a moment. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing and his heart was still as iron. However, when he turned to look at the soul box, he suddenly calmed down. Fine, don't kowtow anymore. Although I don't like you and your father, you are still that girl's daughter. If she knew that I forced her daughter like this, she would be very sad. Forget it, no matter how powerful Gu Hai's tricks are, he can't escape from my hands. I'll give you 1 day. After Gu Hai comes back, I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will break Gu Hai's formation and kill Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Thank you, senior, woo woo woo. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. Long Wanqing, I don't care what you are thinking. Gu Hai will not be able to escape. Make the best use of your time and say your final goodbye. Don't make a mistake. Furthermore, you have to understand one thing clearly. Your mother, Long Xiaoya, can only live if Gu Hai is killed. Don't you want to see your mother? Don't you want to see that girl? The unborn man said in a deep voice. Yes, I do, I miss my mother. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being torn to pieces. Okay, go back. The unborn man said indifferently. Long Wanqing's eyes were red as she wiped the corners of her eyes. When she saw the soul box in the unborn man's hand, she revealed a desolate smile. To revive her mother, she had to kill her lover. As if she had lost her soul, Long Wanqing walked out of the unborn man's formation and went back. Long Wanqing was in a daze. Her eyes were empty. She didn't even know how she came back. Chapter 244. Lushan City. In the study of the palace. Only Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoge were in the study. Mr. Good, I've heard about what happened in the Passion Flower Valley. Thank you. It's all because of me. Otherwise, Granny Qinghua wouldn't have. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Granny Qinghua didn't blame you, so why would I? It's a pity that Lushan City at the front line. Gu Hai sighed. Lushan City. Even without what happened that day, it would have been difficult to defend the city. My men told me that it was Master Shou called the unborn man. Master Shou's methods are strange and unpredictable. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break into Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. But you were lucky then. Even if the unborn man broke into the city, you could have caused great losses to the Luoyang of Gojoseon's army. Gu Hai shook his head. That's mutual destruction. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Mr. Good, thank you for secretly sending me a message. Otherwise, your identity would have been exposed. Huangfu Chaoge frowned. Your officials have so many spies from the Luoyang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai frowned. It's okay. I also have spies in the Luoyang of Gojoseon's residence. Otherwise, the news from the Passion Flower Valley wouldn't have reached me. But the spy we just caught is my relative. I entrusted him with an important task. I didn't expect him to join the Luoyang of Gojoseon. And he's very stubborn. No matter how we interrogate him, he won't speak. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Don't worry. Gaochen will help you interrogate him. It should be fine. Gu Hai frowned. That's the sky-class Guqin Gaochen. Oh right, my relative isn't afraid even if he dies. How can your Gaochen interrogate my relative? Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. At this time, a voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty. That relative of yours has confessed. Right now, an official is taking a statement for him. Confessed? No matter how much you tortured him earlier, he wouldn't confess. Why did he confess after Gaochen went for a while? How did Gao-chen do that? Huangfu Chaoge looked at the door in surprise. A man wrapped in a gray robe walked in from the door. His face could not be seen clearly. That Gao-chen chased away the other Qing officials and sang a song for your relative when he was alone with him. The gray-robed man explained. And then? Huangfu Chaoge was confused. There's no more after that. After that, your clan relative confessed. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Huangfu Chaoge was slightly dazed and didn't know how to react. Sang a song. Hypnosis? Did he hypnotize him? Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. No, it's just that your singing is too bad. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Too unpleasant. How unpleasant? Huangfu Chaoge didn't know how to react. The gray-robed man trembled. Clearly, he had been eavesdropping earlier. After listening to Gao-chen's heartfelt song, he still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gao-chen's singing is indeed extraordinary. However, it's fine as long as the result is good. There's no need to care about the details. Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai. She thought that Gu Hai wanted to keep it a secret and refused to tell her the reason. She nodded and stopped asking. The tree man's dantian is damaged. I need to see for myself how damaged it is. Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Alright, I'll secretly transport them to Lushan City. No, I'll go with you. Huangfu Chaoge shook her head. The gray-robed man said anxiously, Your Majesty, you said that repairing the dantian is very taxing on you. Huangfu Chaoge shook her head. Granny Qinghua risked her life to save my life. She used the extermination of the Love Flower clan in exchange for my life. Now, a group of love flowers that luckily survived need my help. How can I ignore them? But... The gray-robed man said worriedly. Alright, that's enough. Lu Stone God, dig a tunnel later and let me and Mr. Good out. Don't let anyone know about this. Huangfu Chaoge said in a low voice. Yes. On the fourth day after Gu Hai left, he returned to the valley again. This time, there was one more person. It was Huangfu Chaoge. The three of them returned and stood at the entrance of the array. An array that can suppress a group of dragons? It's indeed ingenious. Mr. Good, now that I'm fighting against the Luyang of Gojoseon, I need people. Mr. Good has fallen out with the Luyang of Gojoseon. Why don't you come and help me? Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shook his head. The Luyang of Gojoseon is too muddy. I don't want to get involved for now. Sorry. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I spoke too much. Huangfu Chaoge laughed and shook her head. The three of them slowly stepped into the array. As they stepped into the array, the unborn man looked coldly at the three of them from another array in the valley not far away. Gu Hai is back. Long Wanqing, I'll only give you 1 day. Tomorrow at this time, I'll act, the unborn man said coldly. Master, they're back. Venerable Lun Yen, they're all back. Division Master, they're back. The voices of the tree men and the wood division disciples came from the valley. In a large hall in the valley, Long Wanqing sat alone in the main hall, dressed in a bright red robe. Red silk was hung all around her. There was a dressing table at the side. Long Wanqing looked at the dressing table and carefully dressed herself. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened as she looked at herself in the mirror. She held back her tears and quietly combed her hair, drew her eyebrows, and put on lipstick. Looking at her incomparably beautiful face in the mirror, Long Wanqing revealed a trace of a bitter smile. She sorted out her emotions, and the bitter smile slowly disappeared. She held back a smile. She tried several times before she saw a more natural smile on her face in the mirror. She sat quietly in the hall and did not go out to welcome them. Venerable Lun Yen, whose injuries were slightly better, and Mu Chen Feng went out to welcome them. Mr. Huangfu, are you willing to help the tree man recover his dantian? Mu Chenfeng asked with joy on his face. Let me take a look first. Huangfu Chaoge smiled. Good. 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 Mu Chenfeng said happily. Huh. Where's the hall master? When Gu Hai entered the valley, he found that Long Wanqing did not come to welcome him. He felt strangely disappointed. Venerable Lu Nian smiled faintly and said, Division Master Gu, this humble monk is thick-skinned enough to invite Division Master Gu over. I have something to say. Huh? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. At the side, Mu Chenfeng's eyes also revealed a kind smile. Gu Hai did not understand, but he still followed Venerable Lu Nian to a large hall. A curtain in the center of the hall split the hall in half. Everything appeared normal on one side of the curtain. Long Wanqing sat on the other side. Huangfu Chaoge and Gaochen followed out of curiosity. Mu Chenfeng also stepped into the main hall and closed the door behind him. The people outside could not hear the voices inside. However, Long Wanqing, who was on the other side of the curtain, could hear them clearly. Venerable, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Division Master Gu Hai. I have been wanting to ask this for a long time. Gu Hai, what do you think of the hall master? Venerable Lu Nian asked with a smile. Huangfu Chaoge felt slightly stunned. Then, she seemed to understand Venerable Lu Nian's intentions. She smiled faintly and walked to the side to sit down. Everyone smiled as they looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He seemed to understand Venerable Lu Nian's intentions. Then, he smiled bitterly and asked, Venerable, why did you think of asking me this? You just have to answer. Venerable Lu Nian asked solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, the hall master is kind-hearted and beautiful. She was willing to take revenge for her mother for decades. She is a woman of love and loyalty. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, that's right. Long Wanqing is 31 years old this year. She is very gentle. I watched her grow up, so I know her character very well. If she were to become someone's wife, she would definitely be devoted to her husband. With her character, she would not be able to divert her attention to anything else. Once she gave her heart to someone, she would be completely devoted. I don't know what the hall master and you went through during our time on 9-5 Island. However, Mu Chenfeng and I can tell that the hall master's heart is already on you. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. I can tell as well. Your thoughts are also on Long Wanqing. Today, this humble monk will be the matchmaker, wanting to bring the two of you together. What do you think? Venerable Lu Nian said with a smile. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he recalled everything about Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. What's wrong? Venerable Lu Nian frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Venerable, don't you know about me? I have a wife. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I know about Qin Xian. However, how many years has it been since your wife died? Even if Qin Xian is still alive and knows about your current situation, I believe she will support you, right? Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. As for the hall master. Ha! Venerable, I do not want to harm her. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. What? Venerable Lu Nian frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Gu Hai, the hall master is deeply in love with you. What do you mean by this? Mu Chenfeng asked with a frown. I want to take revenge for Qin Xian. The grudge of killing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable. I might die at any moment. I do not want the hall master to take the risk with me, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. That means to say that you like Long Wanqing as well. However, you have a grudge and do not want to implicate her? What kind of grudge makes you so worried and unconfident? Venerable Lun Yen frowned. That person is very strong, very strong, very strong. Gu Hai shook his head, refusing to say more. Mu Chenfeng showed an anxious expression. Gu Hai, are you still a man? You have a grudge. Why do you want Long Wanqing to bear the pain for you? Long Wanqing also knows about this, but she does not care. She even asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker for you. A girl has already done so much. If you reject her, do you know how sad she will be? Oh. Long Wanqing asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker. Huang Fu Chaoge felt slightly stunned. That's right. Master, I can tell that you like the Hall Master. Since you like each other, why can't you be together? I heard some of the Wood Division's disciples whispering earlier. Venerable Lun Yen already prepared the wedding hall for you. The Hall Master should be dressing up now, just waiting for you to agree, Gao Chen said, feeling confused. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Wedding hall. Gu Hai looked at the curtain in the middle of the hall. Gu Hai, you should face any difficulties together with Long Wanqing in the future. She does not care about your danger. What are you worried about? While love is easy to say, it is not easy to obtain. I hope you cherish it well, Huang Fu Chaoge advised from the side. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then, he showed a pained expression and said, I'm sorry. I still insist on my way of thinking. Your way of thinking? Gu Hai, why are you so pedantic? Venerable Lun Yen glared, appearing very angry. Just at this moment, Long Wanqing's slightly hoarse voice came from behind the curtain. Venerable, don't try to persuade me. I am not good enough for him. Whoosh! The curtain immediately fell to the ground, revealing the wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 245. The curtains immediately fell to the ground, revealing a wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. The hall descended into a deathly silence. Gao Chen stood at the side, appearing confused. Huang Fu Chaoge, Venerable Lun Yen, and Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai angrily. Gu Hai, am I, Long Wanqing, so unworthy of you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with tears streaming down her cheeks. When Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing's heartbroken appearance, he felt very upset as well. Over the past year or so of knowing Long Wanqing, Gu Hai had gradually changed. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered that Long Wanqing hid a fragile heart under her strong appearance. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had gotten used to having Long Wanqing by his side. Venerable Lun Yen said that once Long Wanqing acknowledged him, she would love him wholeheartedly. Gu Hai believed that. However, this was also why Gu Hai did not dare to accept this love easily. Gu Hai also knew that he liked Long Wanqing more and more. However, that was only his instinct. Logically, Gu Hai did not want to offend Long Wanqing. Now, Long Wanqing asked Venerable Lun Yen to be the matchmaker. For a girl to do this, it was only because her love was too deep that she would do this. She is so shameless as to ask someone to be the matchmaker. When Xiao Chen saw Long Wanqing's 2 streams of tears, his heart softened. Gu Hai's heart softened, and he almost stepped forward to embrace her. However, the past flashed before his eyes. Gu Hai did not want Long Wanqing to follow in Chen Xian's footsteps, so he endured it. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, Sorry, Hall Master. Perhaps, I only feel gratitude towards you. Gu Hai spoke very slowly, pausing here and there. He did not even know how he managed to say it. Grateful? Ha 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 ha, only gratitude. I understand now, I understand now. I was thinking too much. You can only be grateful. Ha, grateful that I brought you into the world of cultivation. You can only be grateful. Long Wanqing said sadly. Sigh. Mu Chenfeng turned her head, opened the door, and walked out of the main hall. She felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. She couldn't bear to watch this anymore. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Long Wanqing and said gently, Hall Master, never mind. Don't be so stubborn. Division Master Gu is not of his own volition. Gu Hai, why are you so conflicted? Do you think you can protect Long Wanqing like this? One day, you'll realize how wrong you were. Huangfu Chaoge glared at Gu Hai. Gaochen didn't say anything. Gu Hai felt sad for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, it's gratitude. Hall Master, many thanks for your love. Gu Hai is not worthy of you. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Long Wanqing laughed bitterly. After looking at Gu Hai for a while, she seemed to want to remember Gu Hai deeply in her heart. Gu Hai pretended to be calm. However, he did not dare to look at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly for a while. Then, she bit her lip, and hatred flashed in her eyes. Gu Hai, I want to ask you again. Aside from me, if you meet a woman you like in the future, will you be as heartless as this? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly. Yes, that is the case. Then, aren't you the same as Venerable Lun Yen? Did you cut off your relationship? Since you cut off your relationship, why do you still want this thread of worry? Why don't you be like Venerable Lun Yen and cut off your relationship? Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoge, who was at the side, looked at Venerable Lun Yen. For Long Xiaoya, Venerable Lun Yen cut off his relationship with worry and shaved his head to become a monk. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, feeling sad. Never mind, never mind. You are just grateful to me. Ha! I understand now. I understand now. Gu Hai, I thought too highly of myself today. I am the one who is shameless. I won't force you anymore. Since you cut off your relationship, just do as you please. I won't force you either. I only have one last request. I hope that you can agree to it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing with heartache. I want your hair as a tribute to my blindness, as well as my insensibility. I want your hair as a tribute. All of it. All of it. Long Wanqing said hatefully as she stared at Gu Hai. Master. Gaochen showed a complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yen and Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai before looking at Long Wanqing. Ha! Ha! The two sighed softly and walked out of the wedding hall. This scene was too hurtful. Give it to me. Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and remained silent for a while. Finally, he showed some bitterness. Then, he reached out and touched his head. Slowly, his veritable essence energy flowed to his scalp and shaved off his beautiful hair. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with reddened eyes. Then, she carefully put away Gu Hai's beautiful hair. Very carefully, she carefully put all of it into a box. From the start to the end, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing did not say a word. Soon, Gu Hai's head turned bright. Long Wanqing collected all of his hair. After shaving his head, Gu Hai turned around and walked out of the hall. When he walked out of the hall, Gu Hai's eyes turned red as well. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Master! Master! Gaochen chased after Xiao Chen. However, Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he quickly walked to a palace on the other side of the valley. Creak! Gu Hai locked himself in the room and leaned his back against the door. His mind filled with Long Wanqing's tears of despair. Gu Hai immediately felt very sorrowful. The North Star Polaris knocked on the door and stopped. Ha! Gao Chen sighed softly and left. In the main hall of the wedding hall, Long Wanqing closed the door and carefully took out Gu Hai's hair. Then, she took out a huge bamboo hat and carefully stuck Gu Hai's hair on the bamboo hat. Looking at the hair on the bamboo hat, Long Wanqing's face revealed a smile of relief. Her tears still flowed uncontrollably. Then, very carefully, Long Wanqing shaved off her beautiful hair and shaved it clean. She slowly placed it in the empty jade box. She placed her beautiful hair on the table of the wedding hall. Long Wanqing looked at her hair and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. A sad smile appeared on her face. Long Wanqing quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Gu Hai changed out of his red clothes and into a set of black clothes. The style of the black clothes was identical to Gu Hai's. Then, she wore the bamboo hat with Gu Hai's hair stuck inside. The bamboo hat covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Gao Chen, come here for a moment. Long Wanqing suddenly said. Outside, Gao Chen, who was depressed, was slightly startled when he heard Long Wanqing's voice. He returned to the entrance of the wedding hall in doubt. Long Wanqing opened the door. Hall master, what's wrong? Gao Chen looked at Long Wanqing blankly. Give this letter to Gu Hai after half an incense's time. Please. Long Wanqing said solemnly to Gao Chen. Ah. Give it to my master. Well, Hall master, don't worry. Master has gone too far this time. I will help you. Gao Chen nodded. Long Wanqing handed over the letter and closed the door of the wedding hall. I'll go out to relax immediately. If they ask, just say that I'm going out to relax and will be back in 2 days. Long Wanqing instructed again. Whoosh! With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing took out a flying ship. Long Wanqing immediately boarded the flying ship. Boom! The flying ship soared into the sky, breaking through the ritual array and shooting into the distance. The huge commotion immediately attracted Venerable Lun Yan and the others. Hall master said that she is going out to relax, Gao Chen said. Venerable Lun Yan, Mu Chen Feng, and Huangfu Chaoge exchanged glances and sighed. After all, girls were thin-skinned. Indeed, they could not accept the earlier rejection. Relax, 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 relax. Boom! Long Wanqing steered the flying ship and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, in a nearby valley, the unborn man was checking Long Xiaoya's soul box in the ritual array when the unborn man suddenly looked up. Huh? Gu Hai, you want to flee? Humph. The unborn man suddenly stepped forward. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, the unborn man took out a flying ship as well. Then, he boarded the flying ship and quickly chased after Long Wanqing's flying ship. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flying ships flew into the distance, one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. In the valley, Gao Chen had just persuaded Venerable Lun Yan and the others to leave. He held Long Wanqing's letter and calculated the time. 15 minutes. 15 minutes should be up soon, right? Huh? Gao Chen's expression suddenly changed. That sound? Why is there another explosion not far away? It sounds like a flying ship. As Gao Chen frowned, he walked to the hall where Gu Hai was. As he held the letter, he frowned and calculated the time. In the distance, Venerable Lun Yan and Huangfu Chaoge had just left when their expressions suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Creak. The doors to the hall where Gu Hai was suddenly opened. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Gu Hai frowned as he stepped out of the hall. Then, his expression changed. At this moment, Gao Chen suddenly saw Gu Hai and felt slightly stunned. Then, he hesitated for a while before saying, Master, the hall master just left. Before she left, she told me to hand this letter to you in 15 minutes. A letter? That's not right. Gu Hai snatched the letter. That 15 minutes is not up yet, Gao Chen said, feeling troubled. Gu Hai ignored Gao Chen as he opened the letter with a flustered expression. When Gu Hai opened the letter and saw the first line, his expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai, run quickly. The unborn man received orders from Liu Yang of Gojoseon to chase after you. He can find you by your hair. Run quickly. Run quickly. Run quickly. There was no time to read the rest. Venerable. Venerable. Give me your flying ship. Quick. Quick. Wan Qing is in danger. Gu Hai exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically. Whoosh. Venerable Lun Yen, Huangfu Chaoga, and Mu Chenfeng rushed over. Whoosh. Venerable Lun Yen took out a flying ship without hesitation. Everyone quickly jumped onto the flying ship. What's going on? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. Gao Chen, listen to the sound. Find it. Find it. Find it. Find it. Where did Wan Qing go? Quick. 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 Gu Hai felt like he was going crazy from anxiety. Over there. She went that way. Gao Chen pointed in a direction. Gu Hai quickly ran to the flying ship's controls and started operating it. Whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew into the air, giving chase. Wan Qing is in danger. What danger? Gu Hai, what's going on? Venerable Lun Yen shouted angrily. Chapter 246. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two flying ships chased each other, one in front and one behind. The conical bamboo hat wearing Long Wan Qing was in front, and the unborn man was behind. The unborn man steered the flying ship, lowering his head as he radiated a surging murderous aura. Gu Hai, you can't run. On account of you finding me in the innate puzzle world, I'll leave you with an intact corpse, the unborn man said coldly. The flying ship was some distance away. However, the unborn man's voice strangely reached the ears of the person in front. Long Wan Qing wore a conical bamboo hat. However, Gu Hai's hair stuck to the conical bamboo hat. Hence, the unborn man mistook her for Gu Hai. Long Wan Qing had already made up her mind. Naturally, she would not reply. She steered the flying ship with all her might. Gu Hai should be able to see that letter by now. Let's go, let's escape. I'll help you buy some more time. Just a little more time. Long Wan Qing clenched her fists and bit her lip as she drove the flying boat with all her might. Long Wan Qing clenched her fist and bit her lip. Whoosh. The flying ship picked up speed again. Flee. You won't be able to escape. No one can escape from the people I want to kill. The unborn man said coldly. As the unborn man spoke, surging black energy suddenly came out from behind him. The black energy connected to his back and soared into the sky, stretching towards the flying ship in front. G.A. 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 Sinister ghostly cries came from the black energy. The black energy coalesced into a 300-meter-tall ghost head in the air. The ghost head showed a ferocious expression as it extended black energy tentacles towards the flying ship in front. The two flying ships were very far from each other. However, the black energy tentacles seemed to connect the two flying ships. Whoosh! A black energy tentacle suddenly grabbed Long Wan Qing's flying ship. Long Wan Qing turned her head to look and immediately saw the terrifying and eerie ghost head. The ghost head seemed to have a soul-stirring power. Long Wan Qing felt goosebumps all over her body. Quick, quick, quick! Long Wan Qing trembled in fear. However, his powerful will supported him, and he quickly fled in fear. He wanted to buy some time for Gu Hai. Phew. Who? Two more black tentacles wrapped around the flying boat. The two flying boats were getting closer and closer. Gu-hai, stop right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you until your soul disperses and your corpse disappears. The unborn man's sinister voice rang out again. Long Wanqing's soul was shaken by the ghost head. At this moment, she was trembling in fear, and her eyes were filled with tears. Father, Mother said that you would come and protect us. Why haven't you come yet? Father, where are you? In the midst of Long Wanqing's panic, the mental pillar in her heart once again cried out. But now, he had a feeling that he couldn't call out to the heavens and the earth. Mother, why do my cousins have a father, but I don't? Where's my father? Today, my sister and I were laughed at by my cousins again. They said that we were fatherless children. They said that Mother had stolen a wild man. My sister and I said no, and then they beat us together. Sob sob, Mother, am I a fatherless child? Little Wanqing, don't cry. You have a father. Your father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because he has something to do, he has gone to a faraway place. But one day, he will come back. If anyone bullies us three, he will avenge us. No matter who he is, he will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest grievance. My father is a peerless hero. No one can stop him. Memories of the past flashed in her heart. Long Wanqing was lonely and helpless at this moment. After the regret, she trembled. Her mother's words kept echoing in her mind. Father? Where are you? Mother is dead. My sister and I are often bullied. Where are you? Mother said that you will protect us. Don't let us suffer any grievances. But, Father, where are you? I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Long Wanqing cried in horror. Stop, this is the last time. If you don't stop, you will be reduced to ashes. The unborn man's cold voice sounded from behind. As he spoke, above the black ghost head, a huge black tentacle stretched out again. That tentacle was like a Tongtian black whip, and suddenly swung towards Long Wanqing. It was a tentacle of death. Wherever it went, the void seemed to tremble. The unborn man made a move to kill. Long Wanqing was about to be hit. The threat of death rushed into her heart. Long Wanqing suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Death and despair filled her body in an instant. Long Wanqing shuddered in fear. Boom! The tentacle of death smashed onto Long Wanqing's back. Long Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of sadness the moment she was hit on the back. My father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. However, there will be a day when my father will return. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Bang! Long Wanqing was smashed out. The tentacle of death went straight to her soul. In an instant, Long Wanqing was surrounded by black gas and fell to the ground. The bamboo hat burst open, revealing Long Wanqing's bald head. Buzz! The airship suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing fell on the deck of the airship. Waves of light green gas suddenly emerged from her body. Buzz! Against the background of the black gas, there seemed to be three souls. The three souls were swaying like three transparent Long Wanqing. One of the souls suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments. They drifted in all directions. The other soul disappeared slightly. Only one soul was still connected to the body. However, at this moment, his body also seemed to be changing between illusion and reality. It's you. You're not Gu-hai. The unborn man shouted coldly. My father is a hero of the world. No one can stop him in the world. The last soul seemed to be slightly dazed and kept muttering. Humph, stubborn. In order to save Gu Hai, you don't even care about your mother's resurrection? The unborn man said coldly. No. Gu Hai's desperate roar suddenly came from afar. Whoosh. A flying boat was flying over from afar. Oh. You dare to come here? The unborn man was slightly stunned. Wan Qing, no, no. Gu Hai shouted in horror. The unborn man flipped his hand and threw a palm strike at the flying ship. A huge black palm aura condensed in the void. Boom. The flying ship of Gu Hai's group suddenly exploded, and the North Star instantly fell. However, Gu Hai didn't care at all. A pair of bone wings suddenly appeared on his back and flew toward Long Wan Qing. Wan Qing, don't die. Gu Hai's eyes were red in horror. Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Long Wan Qing's death is her own fault. Long Wan Qing is already dead. No one can save the people I kill, the unborn man said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Gu Hai. Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing. Venerable Lun Yen suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Venerable Lun Yen stretched out his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out. Huangfu Chaoge and Mu Chenfeng also stretched out their hands to attack the unborn man. You are seeking death, the unborn man snorted coldly. Gu Hai's hand that was grabbing Gu Hai suddenly turned and faced the other three. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and space trembled. The unborn man's palm strike neutralized the might of the 3 Yuanying state beads. The remaining force severely injured the 3. Pfft! The 3 vomited blood and went flying back. Since you are the girl's friends, I will not kill you. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you will end up like Long Wanqing next time. Not even your corpses will be left behind, and your souls will scatter, the unborn man said with a sinister murderous tone. She is the old hall master's daughter. Mu Chenfeng said in despair as she vomited blood. She is Xiaoye's daughter. Xiaoye's daughter. You beat her until her soul scattered and her corpses disappeared. Huangfu Chaoge roared in grief and indignation as she clutched her chest. I only recognize the girl. I don't recognize anyone else, the unborn man roared. Gu Hai gave off a sinister murderous aura. Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing. Why did Xiaoye fancy you back then? Why did she fancy you? Long Wanqing is your daughter. She is your daughter. She is your daughter. You beat her until her corpses are gone, and her soul scattered. You are not fit to be her father. Indeed, you are not fit. No wonder Xiaoye did not let you know. She is your daughter. Venerable Lun Yen roared in despair. Buzz! The unborn man suddenly shuddered. What did you say? Lun Yen, what did you say? That's impossible. Our master Shou is envied by heaven. He is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. He cannot have any children in his lifetime. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is only 31 years old. I have not seen the girl for several hundred years, the unborn man said coldly. She is your daughter. Aren't you the master Shou? Can't you see for yourself? When Gu Hai came to find you, Xiaoye kept that hairpin for several hundred years because you gave it to her. You are not human. You are not a thing. Long Wanqing is your daughter. Venerable Lun Yen cried out in despair. Buzz! The unborn man suddenly shivered. That's impossible. That's impossible, the unborn man muttered repeatedly. However, he still extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered soul in the void was completely pulled over. This is Long Wanqing's mortal soul. It is shattered. It cannot be my daughter's. The unborn man trembled slightly, and a strange ritual array appeared in his palm. Buzz! A strand of Long Wanqing's shattered soul floated above the ritual array. The unborn man touched it with his right hand. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, the ritual array lit up. Long Wanqing's shattered soul also lit up. My daughter. How can it be my daughter? My daughter. The unborn man froze in the air in a daze. Wanqing. Wanqing. Don't die. We are not husband and wife yet. Wanqing. Gu Hai cried out in despair as he hugged Long Wanqing, who was shrouded in black energy. Go away. Go away. The unborn man suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai and waved his hand. Boom. Gu Hai was sent flying. Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing. You are my daughter. My daughter. No, how can this be? The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand in despair. Long Wanqing's soul was scattered. However, there was still a soul connected to her body. In a daze, she looked at the unborn man in a daze. Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter. The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and shouted in horror. Phew. In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. She made a weak sound. You are not my father. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place, but one day, my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Chapter 247. The capital of the Deqian Celestial Empire. In a large hall in the imperial palace. A group of palace maids and attendants stood outside the hall. Is the princess asleep? An attendant looked at the palace maid beside her and asked. Yes, the princess is too tired after coming back from hunting this time. Sigh, she is too tired. Our subordinates have been whipped by her many times. It hurts. Serves you right. Who asked you to not follow the princess's instructions? It's not that we didn't, but the princess's expectations were too high. We tried our best, but the princess hit us when she was angry. She didn't even look at the situation. Be content. The princess has such a temper. Even if you are the crown prince, the princess won't give you face. Why would she care about you? Sigh, that's right. Who asked the princess to be favored by the emperor? His Holiness dotes on her. The princess can do whatever she wants. No one can stop her. No, her elder sister can. That's right. The princess doesn't listen to anyone, not even His Holiness. She only listens to her elder sister, Long Wanqing. In today's world, perhaps only Long Wanqing can control the young princess. If only the young princess could have such a good personality like her elder sister. Her elder sister treats people very well. Not only is she kind and beautiful, but she is also gentle and virtuous. She never puts on airs in front of us servants. When the young princess is in trouble, her elder sister always helps us out. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud boom in the hall. What's wrong? The young princess is awake. A group of palace maids and attendants were at a loss. Woo woo woo, elder sister is dead, elder sister is dead, woo 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 woo, elder sister is dead. A girl's cries suddenly came from the room. Did the young princess have a nightmare? A group of palace maids and attendants were in a panic. Elder sister was killed by someone, woo woo woo, elder sister, don't die, woo 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 woo. The cries in the room were continuous. Above a wilderness in the Xinlu dynasty. On the white cloud flying boat. Long Wanqing's soul dissipated, but there was still a soul connected to her body. She looked at the unborn man in a daze. Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter. The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and screamed in horror. Who? In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. He made a weak sound. You're not my father. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place, but one day, my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. The unborn man's hand was flung away by Long Wanqing. He stood there in a daze, listening to Long Wanqing's desperate voice. His entire body seemed to have lost all strength in an instant. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a very far place, but one day, my father will come back. If anyone dares to bully the three of us, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Long Wanqing's words were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. She doesn't recognize me? Yes, it is impossible for her to recognize me. I was the one who beat her to death. Her father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. I am a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop me. Is that so? Is that so? Am I? The unborn man sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen, Huangfu Chaoge, and Mu Qinfeng vomited blood and flew over while covering their wounds. Venerable, you said that the unborn man is Long Wanqing's father. How is that possible? How is he worthy? Was Xiaoye blind back then? Why would she fancy him? Huangfu Chaoge frowned. The old hall master was killed. Yet, he is guarding the door for someone else. He is not worthy, he is not worthy. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. That hairpin, I remember. I remember every zither recital. Xiaoye would take out that hairpin and look at it again and again. I've asked her many times. Why do you like that hairpin so much? It's very ordinary. If you like it, why don't you wear it? But every time, Xiaoye would shake her head and smile before carefully placing the hairpin in the box. Huangfu Chaoge recalled. Unborn man. He is not worthy. Xiaoye devoted all her attention to him, but he left her for some stupid dream. He made her go to the southern sea purple bamboo forest alone and kneel for 3 whole months before begging for the heavenly sacred pregnancy protecting water. Master Shou did not have any descendants, and even if he did, he would not be able to live. Xiaoye spent so much effort, begged so many people, and kneeled so many people. Although she waited for hundreds of years, she was finally born. Because Xiaoye said that it was his daughter, Xiaoye begged me again and again not to tell the unborn man about his daughter if I met him. She said that she did not want to affect the unborn man's stupid dream because of his daughter. She would tell him when he achieved great things. However, Xiaoye did not wait. She did not wait. Xiaoye gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but she did not tell him until her death. How could I go against Xiaoye's wishes? How could I tell her? The first time, on 9-5 Island, Long Wanqing's life was hanging by a thread in the life and death game. The unborn man stood in the crowd outside the death puzzle. However, he did not make a move to save Long Wanqing. If not for him, Long Wanqing would have died already. The second time, in Passion Flower Valley, Long Wanqing wanted to protect me, but the unborn man wanted to kill her as well. The third time, he finally made a move. He killed Long Wanqing. He is not worthy of knowing who Long Wanqing's father is. He is not worthy at all. Venerable Lun Yen said sorrowfully. On the flying ship, the unborn man sat paralyzed on the ground. As he looked at the black energy surrounding Long Wanqing before him and listened to Venerable Lun Yen's voice, he felt completely drained of energy. Indeed, I am not worthy. The unborn man said in despair. Gu Hai, who had been pushed aside by the unborn man earlier, flew over again. Then, he flew over, carrying the dazed Long Wanqing. Wanqing, you will be fine. You will be fine. Gu Hai cried. Then, he grabbed Long Wanqing's arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Long Wanqing's left arm seemed to turn into black energy as it slowly dissipated. Her flesh dissipated, and her corpse disappeared. Unborn man. Senior unborn man, please save Wanqing. Please save Wanqing. Gu Hai screamed in horror. No one can save the people I killed. No one can save them. The unborn man cried out in despair. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen, Mu Chenfeng, and Huangfu Chaoge stepped onto the flying ship together and looked anxiously at Long Wanqing. That's impossible. Aren't you Master Shou? What about Master Shou's methods? She is your daughter. Can't you save her? Huangfu Chaoge roared while glaring. 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Her 7 physical souls are already destroyed. Her corpse is gone. She cannot return. Her earthly soul just entered the cycle of reincarnation. It did not enter the netherworld but the cycle of reincarnation. The human soul is already shattered. Only the heavenly soul is left. Only this heavenly soul is left. The unborn man said in agony. If the human soul is already shattered, then put it back together. If the earthly soul is reincarnated, then find the earthly soul. No matter who she reincarnates into, you must find her. The heavenly soul is here. The 3 spiritual souls are here. That is enough. The 7 physical souls are gone. Can you reconstruct the 7 physical souls? She is your daughter. Your daughter. Can you? Gu Hai glared at the unborn man and roared. The unborn man trembled. That's right. My daughter. My daughter. So what if she reincarnates? I must find her. I must find her. Whoosh! The unborn man suddenly stood up. He waved his hand and a jade box appeared in front of him. He opened the jade box and carefully put Long Wanqing's human soul into it. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing, who only had the heavenly soul left, said weakly. I'm here. I'm here. Gu Hai carefully hugged Long Wanqing, whose body was emitting black energy. Long Wanqing opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the blurry Gu Hai, she revealed a sad smile. Then, she gently caressed Gu Hai's face with her right hand. Wanqing, you will come back to life. Don't worry. I will save you. One day, you will come back to life. Gu Hai cried as he hugged Long Wanqing. I can't do it anymore. Gu Hai, I beg you. Long Wanqing said weakly. Speak. Speak. Gu Hai said in a trembling voice. Venerable Lun Yen wiped his tears. Mu Chenfeng and Huangfu Chaoge showed sorrowful expressions. The unborn man stood at the side, his earlier aura gone. He cowered, not daring to look at Long Wanqing. I have a little sister. She is very insensible. In the past, I always protected her, so she did not get bullied. Now, I can no longer protect her. She will cause trouble again. I am her only relative in this world. With me gone, there is no one to take care of her. Can you help me take care of her? Long Wanqing said weakly as she looked at Gu Hai. I will take care of her. No one can bully her. Don't worry. With me around, no one can bully her. Gu Hai said as he cried. She is very willful and has a temper. However, she is kind at heart. You have to be more tolerant. Long Wanqing said weakly. I will. I will protect her. I will wait for you to come back. She is still waiting for you to come back. Gu Hai said in a choked voice. Long Wanqing seemed to have settled one of her worries. She revealed a smile on her face. She gently caressed Gu Hai's face and said gently, don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. Even if Qin Xian finds out about you being like that, she will not be happy. My heart aches for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing's right hand. Then, he said solemnly in a choked voice, "Heaven is our witness. Today, I, Gu Hai, and Long Wanqing are husband and wife. We will be husband and wife for life." Husband and wife? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in a daze. Gu Hai held back his tears as he pressed his lips against Long Wanqing's. Their lips met, parting in life and death. Gu Hai's tears fell on Long Wanqing's cheeks. Long Wanqing smiled happily. "Wanqing, I will find you and bring you back." I will. Gu Hai said in tears. Walalala. Long Wanqing's body dissipated in a large area. In the blink of an eye, there was not much left of her body. "Husband, don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. If someone can love you on my behalf, don't reject it. Cherish it. She will love you on my behalf. She will love you on behalf of Qin Xian. Don't reject it anymore. Don't." Walalala. Long Wanqing's body completely turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared completely. Wanqing. Gu Hai grabbed empty air. There was nothing around him. Long Wanqing turned into black gas and disappeared. The unborn man at the side reached for a jade box and closed it. Pa! It contained Long Wanqing's heavenly soul. Gu Hai sat on the ground, paralyzed. His hands were empty. No matter how hard he tried to grab, Long Wanqing's body disappeared completely. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. His voice spread to the horizon. Chapter 248. On the white cloud-flying ship, Gu Hai watched as Long Wanqing's corpse disappeared, her soul scattered, and she turned into ashes. After Gu Hai cried out in grief, he sat on the ground, paralyzed. He watched as Long Wanqing turned into ashes in his arms. No one could understand the sorrow in his heart. The unborn man stood at the side. His earlier arrogance and murderous intent were gone. He was listless. "I killed my daughter with my own hands. Killed her with my own hands. Earlier, when I tested Long Xiaoye's human soul, I even exhausted my daughter mentally and physically. Before the life and death game on 9-5 Island, I watched as my daughter nearly died. At that time, I was jealous that my daughter's father won Long Xiaoye's heart, so I hardened my heart and prepared to watch my daughter get killed. In the Passion Flower Valley, when my daughter protected Lun Yan, I nearly killed her as well. Today, I killed her with my own hands. Before my daughter died, she said, 'You are not my father. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. Indeed, I am not worthy. How can I be worthy? Xiaoye is dead, and my daughter is being bullied. Where am I? My daughter's life is on the line, and I am watching a joke. My daughter protected someone else, and I want to kill her. Am I still worthy of being her father? Master Shou never has a good ending. Because of you, Xiaoye and Long Wanqing suffered retribution. The unborn man is innocent, but you implicated them. Furthermore, Long Wanqing died at your hands. Master Shou is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Why did you provoke Xiaoye? You even gave birth to Long Wanqing. Why did you provoke her? Huangfu Chaoge looked at the unborn man with reddened eyes. If not for the unborn man, Long Xiaoye would not have waited foolishly. Perhaps I would have been together with Long Xiaoye. Perhaps, Long Xiaoye would not have to die. Huangfu Chaoge looked hatefully at the unborn man. She wished she could go up and strangle him to death. Master Shou, you're a widower, lonely, and crippled person. Hall Master has a younger sister. You won't jinx her to death, will you? That's Long Wanqing's lifeblood. Mu Chenfeng glared at the unborn man. I have a daughter. I still have a daughter. The unborn man shuddered. Do you want to jinx her to death as well? Venerable Lu Nian roared while glaring. The unborn man's body suddenly trembled, and he immediately became listless again. Venerable Lu Nian glared at the unborn man. Unborn man, do you know why I went against you in the past? I'm not jealous of you being with Xiao Yu. I like Xiao Yu. As long as she can live a happy life, I will respect her. But your master Shou. Sooner or later, you'll hurt her. That's why I'm always against you. Do you really think I'm jealous of you? Are you worthy? That day, before you became like this, you said that you were envious of Xiao Yu when you saw the father and daughter pair. You envied them for having a daughter. Do you know what Xiao Yu did for you? Who is the person in the Southern Sea purple bamboo forest? Back then, when that person came to the Deqian celestial dynasty to cause trouble, how much did Xiao Yu ridicule him? As the Deqian princess, Xiao Yu is like fire and water with him. For the sake of having a daughter, Xiao Yu knelt before him for 3 months. Do you know that? Why did you kill Gu Hai? Why did you kill Long Wanqing? Lu Yang of Gozhouzian? Do you know? The result of our investigation is that Lu Yang of Gozhouzian is the biggest suspect in Xiao Yu's death. He killed Xiao Yu, but you helped him kill Xiao Yu's daughter and son-in-law. I don't know if Xiao Yu can be revived. However, how are you going to answer to Xiao Yu after she revives? What will you say? Will you still have the face to see Xiao Yu? The unborn man said in a trembling voice, Lu Yang of Gozhouzian has Xiao Yu's 3 spiritual souls. With Xiao Yu's 3 spiritual souls, I will revive her. Are you sure you have Xiao Yu's 3 spiritual souls? Are you sure? Venerable Lu Nian stared at the unborn man. There is always a possibility. For the sake of Xiao Yu, I am willing to try, the unborn man said bitterly. Go ahead and try. Come, Gu Hai is here. Why don't you take Gu Hai's head and go to him? Go and claim credit for killing Xiao Yu's enemy. Go ahead and kill him. Oh, right. In the future, kill Long Wanqing's younger sister as well. In any case, you are capable of doing anything, Venerable Lu Nian roared. The unborn man took a deep breath but did not dare to move. Venerable, that's enough. Gu Hai, who had been sitting paralyzed on the ground, stood up slowly, expressionlessly. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was incredibly calm, so calm that it was somewhat scary. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man but did not blame him. Instead, he said calmly, Senior unborn man, the most important thing now is Wanqing's revival. Of the 3 spiritual souls, the heavenly soul is with you. Please do your best to find the location of the earthly soul. I, Gu Hai, do not have the ability to do so now. When I become stronger in the future and have the ability, I will help you search for it. Now, I can only trouble you. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in silence. As for whether Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul are with Lu Yang of Gozhouzian, I will investigate. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. Lu Yang of Gozhouzian? Ha, Lu Yang of Gozhouzian. Gu Hai's voice was cold. But. The unborn man showed a trace of worry. No buts. Even if you go to Lu Yang of Gozhouzian's residence now, you may not get Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls. Whether he has them or not, you won't get them. On the contrary, if you don't appear, Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls will be Lu Yang of Gozhouzian's bargaining chip. If he has them, her 2 spiritual souls will definitely be the safest. If you go, you will destroy Long Xiaoya. If you don't go, Long Xiaoya may be revived. Are you still going? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man calmly. I am going to find the reincarnated Long Wanqing. The unborn man gritted his teeth and said with certainty. I'll leave Wanqing to you. Long Xiaoya, I will do my best. Gu Hai nodded after taking a deep breath. The unborn man revealed a mournful smile. Ha! There is no need for you to beg me. If I cannot find Wanqing, I am not qualified to revive that girl. I am also not qualified to see her again. After saying that, the unborn man flipped his hand and took out a black jade talisman with a faint black aura on it. This jade talisman is an enchanted treasure. I'll have to trouble you to hand it to Long Wanqing's younger sister to protect herself. If anything happens, just crush it. No matter where I am, I will rush over immediately. The unborn man handed the jade talisman to Venerable Lu Yen very carefully. Do you think that you have not harmed Xiaoya and her daughter enough? Venerable Lu Yen asked coldly. The unborn man held the jade talisman in silence for a while. Venerable, help Wanqing's younger sister catch it. No matter what, the unborn man is her father. Let her make the decision herself, Gu Hai said calmly from the side. Venerable Lu Yen looked at the unborn man with hatred as he reached out and received the jade talisman. However, the unborn man suddenly bowed to Venerable Lu Yen. Why are you bowing to me? Venerable Lu Yen demanded hatefully. The unborn man did not say anything. Instead, he bowed deeply to Venerable Lu Yen. He was an irresponsible father. All these years, it was Venerable Lu Yen who took care of Long Wanqing. I'm sorry. Thank you, the unborn man said sorrowfully. After saying that, the unborn man's figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. Although the unborn man left, everyone's pained hearts still could not calm down. Venerable Lu Yen looked at the jade talisman in his hand. Then, he looked at the spot where Long Wanqing had turned to ashes. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly, a sad and frustrated smile. All these years, I watched Wanqing and her sister grow up. I thought that I was watching my own daughter grow up. Unexpectedly. Venerable Lu Yen said bitterly. Venerable, Wanqing will definitely revive. Gu Hai said as he clenched his fists. Wanqing is dead. Gu Hai, I'll return first. I have to meet His Holiness and report everything. I don't know how to explain everything to the young county lord. Before she left, she wanted me to protect her elder sister. If her elder sister loses even a strand of hair, she will teach me a lesson. Ha! Venerable Lu Yen said miserably. Daqianqing is going. Long Xiaoya's father and Wanqing's maternal grandfather. Since he can establish a heavenly dynasty, how can he ignore his daughter's death? There is no way to investigate. In such a short time, we managed to find Lu Yang of Gojoseon and point the finger at Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Does Daqianqing not have any capable subordinates? Gu Hai showed some disbelief in his eyes. Yes. Perhaps he already knows about Lu Yang of Gojoseon. However, Daqianqing might not be willing to make a move on Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Perhaps he has other plans. Venerable Lu Yen sighed softly. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Yen. I know about this. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly at the side. What? Lu Yang of Gojoseon and Daqianqing are sworn brothers. Huangfu Chaoga said. Even so, he cannot ignore it. Long Xiaoya is his daughter, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Back then, there was no Deqian celestial dynasty, only the Ying imperial dynasty. The emperor of that dynasty was Lu Yang of Gojoseon's father. However, Lu Yang of Gojoseon's father reached the end of his lifespan. The surrounding dynasties wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Ying imperial dynasty and replace it. At that moment, Daqianqing obtained Lu Yang of Gojoseon's help and monopolized the Ying imperial dynasty, becoming sworn brothers. There were rumors that back then, Daqianqing promised Lu Yang of Gojoseon that when the world was at peace, the two would rule together. However, you saw the result. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was made a vassal and ruled Yingzhou. They did not rule together, so perhaps Daqianqing felt guilty towards Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly. There can't be two suns in the sky, and two rulers in the people. How can there be two emperors in a country? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, perhaps that's why the Deqian celestial dynasty hasn't done anything yet. Huangfu Chaoge sighed softly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and hatred flashed through his eyes. Huangfu Chaoge, I accept your previous invitation and will fight against Liu Yang of Gojosian with you. Oh. Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai. Wanqing can't die in vain. The unborn man is Wanqing's father and accidentally killed Wanqing. I can't do anything to him and can only wait for Wanqing to be revived. However, the Liu Yang of Gojosian? I only refused to join the Wang residence and they sent the unborn man to kill me and kill Wanqing. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, I can't run anymore. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Fine, join my dynasty and I'll give you power. Huangfu Chaoge said in a low voice. No, I'm the ruler of the Han dynasty. I'm only cooperating with your Shenlu dynasty. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chapter 249. Mielu City, Liu Yang of Gojosian's residence. In the study room. Mo Yike and young Master An were standing in the study room. Liu Yang of Gojosian sat on his throne and looked at young Master An coldly. Luan, look at what you've done. Humph. Liu Yang of Gojosian said coldly. Grandfather, it's not my fault. It's all Gu Hai's plan to frame me. That's why Silver Moon City fell into his trap again and again. It's not my fault that Jiang Tianyi and the rest were chased back. Young Master An said anxiously. Silver Moon City, do you know how much Silver Moon City has lost? Do you think it's just money? Liu Yang of Gojosian said coldly. I know my mistake. Young Master An lowered his head and said. But grandfather, what's the big deal about the #1 music pavilion that Gu Hai opened? As long as grandfather says the word, I'll bring my men and smash the #1 music pavilion. The money and property there should belong to the prince's residence. Young Master An raised his head and shouted. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Liu Yang of Gojosian said coldly. I wouldn't dare. Young Master An lowered his head and said. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, Young Master An, you're oversimplifying things. Now, Silver Moon City has been taken over by Sima Changkong. Our men will be cleaned up soon. Jiang Tianyi and the rest's return shows that Silver Moon City is no longer under our control. No longer under our control? Young Master An was slightly stunned. Yes, He Shikong's death has attracted His Holiness's attention. His Holiness has always left Yingzhou under the prince's jurisdiction and never interfered. But this time, His Holiness is obviously going to be angry. There's news from the capital that Sima Changkong is Jinmu of Sila's man. Mo Yike frowned. Jinmu of Sila. The third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Takashi Ryushin. Grandfather, the third prince has always been your political enemy. His people took over Silver Moon City in Ying province, and the first thing they did was to clean up the people in the Wang residence. Could it be that Dai Qianqing sent them to deal with you? Lu An's expression changed. Mo Yike nodded. Controlling the Castellan may have really angered Dai Qianqing. Jinmu of Sila's hand has reached out to my Yingzhou. Perhaps His Holiness wants to knock some sense into you. Liu Yang of Gojosian narrowed his eyes. Takashi Ryushin. Humph, when his father and I were conquering the world, he was still a brat who was still wet behind the ears. After the Deqian established the Celestial Empire, he went against me in every way. You want to go against me this time? He's not qualified. Your Highness, prevention is the most important. I saw that the unborn man wasn't in the residence these days. Did your Highness send him to kill Gu Hai? Mo Yike said with a serious expression. Ah. Kill Gu Hai. Young Master N's eyes lit up. Mo Yike guessed the general idea from the clues. That's right. Liu Yang of Gojosian nodded. Mo Yike's face twitched, and he sighed slightly. Sigh. Your Highness, such a talent, but he and Long Wanqing are together. If I can't use him, sooner or later, he will become my enemy. Rather than trouble in the future, it's better to solve it early. Liu Yang of Gojoseon shook his head. Mo Yike sighed slightly and nodded. Since your Highness has made up your mind, it's useless for me to say anything. However, what if the unborn man can't kill Gu Hai this time? Then what we'll be waiting for is Gu Hai's crazy revenge. Mr. Mo, you're exaggerating too much. I recently heard that the unborn man is a powerful longevity master. In the past, even old man Guanqi was treated as a guest of honor. What's Gu Hai's cultivation level? Young Master N said disdainfully. Mo Yike looked at young Master N and didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked at Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Liu Yang of Gojoseon saw Mo Yike's solemnly expression and seemed to have thought of something. He nodded. Indeed, we have to be careful. I'll send people to investigate again. However, Gu Hai is most likely dead by now. Mo Yike frowned slightly. In the end, he sighed softly and did not say anything more. In the end, Venerable Lun Yen left Gu Hai's group in sorrow and headed north to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's capital. 2 months later, Venerable Lun Yen arrived at the capital. Using his past connections, he entered the Imperial Palace to meet Daqian Sheng. Outside a large hall in the Imperial Palace, a large number of guards were waiting outside the hall. A palace maid ran into the hall in a fluster. Cluster Lord. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lun Yen is back. Venerable Lun Yen is back, that palace maid called out anxiously. Whoosh. A red-clad young woman immediately jumped out of the hall. This young woman looked very similar to Long Wanqing. However, she was much more impatient than Long Wanqing. That baldy Lun Yen is back. Alone? The young woman asked anxiously. Yes, alone. The palace maid lowered her head. The young woman bit her lip and said, I knew it. Something happened to elder sister. I even dreamed about it. A bad person killed elder sister in Elite Hall. Elder sister's soul tablet also shattered. Something happened to elder sister. No, I have to go and meet that baldy Lun Yen. Old Baldy, how did you protect my elder sister? The young woman rushed out of the hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of guards rushed out from the surroundings and blocked the young woman. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, a guard said respectfully. Pa! The young woman appeared out of nowhere and instantly whipped that guard with a fiery red whip. Scram! Something happened to my elder sister. If you continue to block me, I will whip you to death. The young woman lashed out with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! Another guard ran over and blocked the young woman. Crack! Crack! The young woman whipped the guard again and again. However, the guard did not dare to retaliate. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, the guard emphasized while enduring the pain. I want to go. I want to go. The young woman soared into the air. Pa! A guard stretched out his hand and pressed down, immediately knocking the young woman back. Bastard! Bastard! Move aside! Move aside! The young woman cried as she whipped the guards. The faces of the guards turned red from the whipping. However, they still did not allow the young woman to leave. Go and report this to the old man. If he still does not let me go, I will merge with the spirit of the fiend's spirit in my body. I promised elder sister. However, something happened to elder sister. I want to see that old baldy. I want to know the situation, the red-clad young woman roared. Old man. The group of guards was flabbergasted. In this world, only this young woman dared to call His Holiness old man. Yes, Cluster Lord, please wait. A guard said softly. The guard left, but the young woman continued glaring at the group of guards with bloodshot eyes. After a while, that guard returned. His Holiness said to tell the cluster lord to calm down. He will get Venerable Lun Yen to come and see you soon, that guard said respectfully. The young woman swung the whip in her hand, suppressing her rage. After Venerable Lun Yen met with Daqiansheng, he was asked to meet the cluster lord. Feeling bitter, Venerable Lun Yen walked to the cluster lord's hall. As the sun set in the west, a red-clad young woman held a whip in the distance. She looked at Venerable Lun Yen coldly with bloodshot eyes. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Old Baldy, what did I tell you before we left? Where is my elder sister? Where is my elder sister? Return my elder sister, the red-clad young woman demanded with bloodshot eyes. Hall Master's corpse is already gone. Her soul has scattered, Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Pa! The young woman whipped Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen did not use his energy shield, allowing the whip to tear his clothes apart. Blood appeared. Sob! Sob! Elder sister did not let me whip you, but I insisted. I insisted. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. You said that you would protect my elder sister with your life. However, my elder sister still died. She still died. The young woman whipped Venerable Lun Yen 10 odd times in a row. After she was done, she tossed the whip aside and started wailing, Wah! Elder sister! The young woman cried sorrowfully. Venerable Lun Yen was covered in blood. Despite being whipped, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt much more at ease. The palace maids at the side supported the young woman and consoled her. After a long time, the young woman's wailing turned into sobs. Old Baldy, how did my elder sister die? Who did it? Who killed my elder sister? Tell me. Tell me clearly, the young woman roared as she glared at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen felt sorrowful. However, he did not hide anything, explaining everything to the young woman in detail. Unborn man. What is he? I don't have a father like him. He is not my father. I want to kill him, the young woman roared with bloodshot eyes. The unborn man went to the netherworld to search for Hall Master's earthly soul. He is. What's the point of searching? The unborn man is a good-for-nothing. Elder sister always thought that her father was an unparalleled hero. I told elder sister long ago that that person abandoned his wife and daughter and was not worthy of being my father. I was right. However, elder sister died, the young woman said hatefully. Also, I want to kill that Gu Hai as well. If not for him, elder sister would not have died. It is all his fault. It is all his fault. Hatred filled the young woman's eyes. Long Wanyu, remember this clearly. Gu Hai is Long Wanqing's husband. He is your brother-in-law. Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. I don't admit it. He is not my brother-in-law. He killed my elder sister. He killed her. Long Wanyu shouted stubbornly. Gu Hai is the man that Long Wanqing protected with her life. Whether you admit it or not, please respect your elder sister's choice. Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. Long Wanyu glared at Venerable Lun Yen with reddened eyes. I don't need you to interfere in my matters. Long Wanyu roared with reddened eyes. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. What did the old man say? Did he want to take revenge for my elder sister? Did he say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister? Long Wanyu shouted as she looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen remained silent for a while. Speak! Long Wanyu roared. His Holiness only said that he understood. Furthermore, he gave me an imperial edict. Open it when I see Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yen took out the imperial edict. Whoosh! Long Wanyu snatched the imperial edict. Long Wanyu, don't. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Humph. Long Wanyu ignored him and opened the imperial edict. The group of palace maids and guards at the side turned around, pretending not to see anything. What? My elder sister died, and you did not say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister. Instead, you made Gu Hai the new elite hall master. My elder sister died for nothing. She was replaced just like that. Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock and anger. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen snatched the imperial edict and carefully put it away. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yen took it out on purpose. Venerable Lun Yen did not have the qualifications to check it. However, the little witch before him was different. If she snatched it to check, no one would blame him. Is my elder sister not the old man's granddaughter? My elder sister died, and you only said that you understood? You only said that you understood. Old man, if you don't take revenge for my elder sister, I'll go by myself. Who dares to stop me? Long Wanyu shouted as she grabbed her whip. Chapter 250. Silver Moon City. Sima Changkong accompanied a middle-aged man as they walked out of the No. 1 Zither Pavilion. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain clothes. His face was broad and his eyes were as deep as a pool of water. As he walked, he gave off a powerful aura. Even if Sima Changkong stood beside him, his aura was far from comparable. The No. 1 Zither Pavilion? It's indeed extraordinary. The Thousand Island Sea actually produced such a wise person. The middle-aged man sighed as he walked. Your Highness, our spies have sent us news. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing went to the Passion Flower Valley and fought a great battle with Liu Yang of Gojoseon's army. He defeated the shattering east wind with his song Ambush from 10 sides. He's a genius. Not only is he good at chess, but he's also very good at the zither. To be able to do this at the age of 71, he's a rare talent. Sima Changkong exclaimed. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and nodded. The most amazing thing is that plan to destroy the Song dynasty. I sent many people to search for talents, but I still missed this person. What a pity. That's right. Sima Changkong sighed lightly. The people in charge of the Thousand Island Sea region have failed in their duties. Dismiss them all. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Changkong answered. Long Wanqing has been looking for the murderer of her mother all these years, but she hasn't found anything. This time, there's Gu Hai. Gu Hai went straight to Yingzhou. According to my information, he went to find the former city lord He Shikong and went to South Korea. He met with Huangfu Chaoga at the Passion Flower Valley. Gu Hai must have found something. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. The two boarded a crane carriage. The middle-aged man nodded and narrowed his eyes. You said that Mo Yike also wanted to invite Gu Hai. Yes, I was busy at the time and sent someone. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mo Yike was the same. That Gu Hai is extremely shrewd. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. It doesn't matter. This means that Gu Hai also doesn't want to enter the Liu Yang of Gojoseon residence. Moreover, he planned to escape from the Passion Flower Valley. It is impossible for the Liu Yang of Gojoseon to subdue him. Perhaps, he has already found out the cause of my little sister's death. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Your Highness, we still have a chance. Try your best to get Gu Hai to join the Jinmu of Silla. Sima Changkong looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was the third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Jinmu of Silla. The chances are slim. The elite hall belongs to the Foreign Affairs Department of the Deqian Celestial Empire. To be more precise, they belong to His Holiness's personal army. Look at His Holiness, he doesn't care about many things. His Holiness sees things clearly. The information that we have found, His Holiness's desk must be 10 times more detailed than yours. Gu Hai's background is too clean. How can His Holiness let such a talent go? Jinmu of Silla shook his head. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. His Holiness's personal army. Unless His Holiness doesn't want it, we can only fight for it as His subjects. Just like you angered His Holiness in the past. That's why I have the right to invite you to my residence. Jinmu of Silla smiled bitterly. Your Highness, did you mean that Long Xiaoye's death might have something to do with Lu Yang of Gojoseon? Sima Changkong asked in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla nodded, 99%. Then His Holiness knows about it too. Long Xiaoye is the princess of the Deqian. When Lu Yang of Gojoseon killed Long Xiaoye, His Holiness did nothing. Sima Changkong frowned. It's not that he did nothing. His Holiness felt guilty towards Lu Yang of Gojoseon. No, it's not that he felt guilty, but he needed to be gentle towards Lu Yang of Gojoseon. He wasn't just a subject, he was a benchmark. So as long as Lu Yang of Gojoseon didn't rebel, His Holiness would tolerate it, even if my sister. Jinmu of Silla frowned. The way of balance? His Holiness didn't do anything to Lu Yang of Gojoseon because he wanted to calm the hearts of the tyrants in the imperial court. After all, there were many people like Lu Yang of Gojoseon who sought refuge with Deqian. If His Holiness acted boldly and decisively against Lu Yang of Gojoseon, would it cause a backlash in the imperial court? Sima Changkong understood immediately. That's right. However, Lu Yang of Gojoseon went too far this time. My sister's death was too unjust. Although His Holiness didn't say anything on the surface, he had already started making arrangements. At the very least, Yingzhou's Silver Moon City has already left Lu Yang of Gojoseon's control, right? Jinmu of Silla smiled faintly. Moreover, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also been mobilized. Li Xinji has already led the Xinji battalion to the south. As for Lu Yang of Gojoseon, if he knows his place, His Holiness won't do anything to him. However, if he really dares to rebel, His Holiness won't suppress him either. I can only be the bad guy. Jinmu of Silla smiled bitterly. The 1,000,000 figurines should have been snatched away by Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Moreover, according to my observations, Yingzhou has almost become Lu Yang of Gojoseon's country. However, he has been tolerating it all this time. Sima Changkong frowned. Accumulate grain and slowly proclaim himself emperor. Lu Yang of Gojoseon has a good strategist, Mo Yike? Jinmu of Silla frowned. I've sent people to investigate, but this Mo Yike seems to have come out of nowhere. We can't find out anything. Sima Changkong frowned. If we can't find out, then so be it. We'll find out sooner or later. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Xinlu Dynasty. In the valley outside Lushan City. It had been 2 months. The Tree People's Dantian had not recovered yet. Gu Hai had already tidied up the wedding hall. Long Wanqing's hair had become Gu Hai's most precious possession, so he carefully put it away. Mu Qinfeng's injuries were all healed. Gao Chen went to compose alone. Is it difficult to recover the Tree People's Dantian? Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. It can be recovered. Didn't I just recover one? But it's too difficult to recover all of them. I don't have enough things for 2,000 Tree People. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Oh. You used the divine water of gung metal earlier? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. Outside Xinlu Dynasty, there's a lower sect called the Gung Metal Sect. Former elite hall leader Chu Chen came from the Gung Metal Sect. Of course, this lower sect is not like the sects in Thousand Island Sea. The Gung Metal Sect's strength is not inferior to Xinlu Dynasty's. They also control 18 large cities. Huangfu Chaoga explained. Gung Metal Sect. The foundation of the Gung Metal Sect is a dead god of metal. He has been refined to protect the Gung Metal Sect. Metal begets water, and the god of metal begets the divine water of gung metal. Water begets wood. The divine water of gung metal can repair the tree people's dantian. Huangfu Chaoge said. God of metal. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the earth trembled. A gray-robed man emerged from the ground. It was Lu Stone God. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's army is too strong. Our dynasty has lost another 3 large cities. Now we only have 17 left. Lu Stone God lamented. Shinlu dynasty has 25 large cities in total. Now we've lost 8. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's army is indeed fierce. Ha! Gu Hai sneered. His idea is that when we lose all our cities, Shinlu dynasty's destiny will be over. At that time, I won't have the strength to resist. Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. Surrounded by enemies? Not necessarily. I'll let him be surrounded by enemies too. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good, according to your request, more than 200 Lu Stone men have already gone to various cities in Yingzhou. There are at least 2 Lu Stone men in each of the hundreds of large cities in Yingzhou. But is it useful for them to go? There are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. They can't break into the city, let alone deal with the army inside. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. It's fine. I didn't ask them to fight. Let's wait for another 2 days. I've told them that we'll officially attack the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai said in a low voice. If they attack, will they be able to solve the current crisis? Lu Stone God asked doubtfully. Not solve it. I'm sure that Lu Yang of Gojoseon will withdraw his army soon. Gu Hai said with certainty. Oh. He has no choice but to withdraw. I just added fuel to the fire in Ying province. If he does not return to put out the fire when his backyard is on fire, all his schemes will be for naught. I will burn him to the ground. A ruthless look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. But there are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. What can they do? Lu Stone God said in disbelief. They're only there to start the fire, so they don't have to do much. Gu Hai said with certainty. Lu Stone God looked at Huangfu Chaoge. Alright, let's do as Mr. Good says. You control the Lu Stone men and keep an eye on them. If anything unexpected happens, let them know. Huangfu Chaoge said in a low voice. Alright. Lu Stone God nodded. Everything depends on the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Destroy Lu City. In Lu Yang of Gojoseon's study. Reports of victory came in one after another. The strategists in the study smiled. Your Highness, the Shinlu dynasty has a total of 25 cities. We've already lost 8. At this rate, it won't be long before we reach Shinlu City. That's not all. Your Highness, the army is defeated like a landslide. When we capture the 8 cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I believe that the other cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty might take the initiative to surrender, the strategists and generals talked excitedly. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded and smiled. Only Mo Yike, who was standing aside, frowned deeply. He didn't say a word. What's wrong, Mr. Mo? Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike in confusion. Something's not right. Mo Yike smiled wryly. Mr. Mo, what are you worried about? The Shinlu dynasty is now an isolated island. The surrounding sects and countries won't help them. They can only wait for us to take them down bit by bit. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Another strategist nodded and said, That's right, Mr. Mo. When the Divine Foothill Dynasty loses all of its cities, its fate will crumble. At that time, there will be no need for His Highness to personally take action to break into the Divine Foothill City. Those who oppose the Lord won't have a good ending. Mo Yike shook his head. Your Highness, I'm worried about Gu Hai. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's expression turned serious. The unborn man hasn't returned yet. I'm worried that he's already seen Gu Hai. If Gu Hai joins forces with the Xinlu dynasty, that'll be bad. Mo Yike said worriedly. One of the strategists said doubtfully, Mr. Mo, you worry too much. Gu Hai is only one person. What can he do? Mo Yike shook his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 251. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Silver Moon City. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone down. In the south of the city, a bunch of city guards were changing shifts. The city guards who had been busy the entire night stretched and were about to leave. Suddenly, the city guard rubbed his eyes. Like he was annoyed that his eyes weren't clean enough, he rubbed them once more. That city guard shuddered and instantly came to his senses. Men, where did those few words come from? That city guard stared and shouted. Sir, what happened? The other city guards around looked over in confusion. Then, he saw that on a mountain wall in the distance, there were 8 giant words that were drawn in bold strokes. Although Ying has 3 households, when Qian dies, it will definitely be Ying. A cultivator who passed by the city read out. See. The city gate was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. What happened? Who wrote that? How bold! The city guard exclaimed. Ying? Was it the great Ying Empire in the past? When Qian dies, it will definitely be Ying. Isn't that disgraceful? The people all around started to whisper to one another. Quick, men, destroy those few words for me. No, you can't destroy them. Quick, report to the Sir, quick. The city guard leader instantly shouted. Yes. The group of guards immediately panicked. At the same time, in the east of Silver Moon City, the same thing happened. However, the words were different. The city guards and commoners who passed by all opened their eyes wide. Gantian is dead, Ying Tian will be Ying Tian's successor. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Some commoners read out with their mouths agape. Gantian is dead. Ying Tian will be Ying Tian's successor. This is rebellion, no, this is. The commoners exclaimed in shock. The city guards were so shocked that they were covered in sweat. Quick, inform the Sir, inform the Sir. The rest of you, follow me. Investigate who wrote those few words. The city guard leader shouted in shock and rage. The news quickly spread to the city lord manor. Sima Changkong was in the middle of a conversation with King Shen Wu when they suddenly heard the report from their subordinates. Both of their expressions changed. Let's go and take a look. Jinmu of Silla said solemnly. Rumble. A huge airship carrying Jinmu of Silla, Sima Changkong, and some other officials and soldiers quickly flew out of the city. However, no one dared to stop the Jinmu of Silla's flying boat. It flew out of the city unimpeded. Soon, they arrived at the stone wall in the east of the city. Gantian is already dead, Ying Tian is about to take over. In the 60-year cycle, the world will be blessed. Jinmu of Silla said with a dark expression. The flying boat soon arrived at the south. Even though there are only 3 households, they will still be able to win if Qian dies. Sima Changkong's face was also gloomy. Your Highness, my lord, we also found stone inscriptions in the west of the city. An official immediately ran over in panic. Let's go and take a look. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Swish. The flying boat soon arrived at the western part of the city. On the stone wall in the distance, there were 6 large words carved into it. Great Yingxing, Liu Yang Emperor. Great Yingxing, Liu Yang Emperor. Liu Yang of Gojoseon wants to proclaim himself an emperor. Great Ying Imperial Dynasty. Jinmu of Silla's brows raised. Your Highness, milord, the words Rebel Qian revives Ing have appeared in the north of the city. Many people are looking at it. Many commoners have gathered over and are pointing at it. Another official ran over. Jinmu of Silla, Sima Changkong, and the others' faces were dark. Luyang of Gojoseon, can't he wait? Jinmu of Silla took in a deep breath and said solemnly. Sima Changkong shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. Luyang of Gojoseon can't possibly start a rebellion at such a time, right? But why would such disgraceful words be released with such fanfare? That's right. It's unwise for Luyang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. Moreover, Mo Yike can't possibly allow Luyang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. But, if it's not Luyang of Gojoseon, who could it be? Jinmu of Silla said with a frown. Sima Changkong, who was at the side, suddenly raised his brows and said, Your Highness, this style is a bit. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Why are you stuttering? Just say what you have to say. Jinmu of Silla said with a frown. No, Your Highness, I have a feeling that this is a bit like Gu Hai's style. Maybe I'm thinking too much. How can I be sure based on this? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai. Jinmu of Silla asked doubtfully. Yes, it's a bit like that. These 4 disgraceful words, although simple, are not so easy to write. Sima Changkong said with narrowed eyes. Oh. There are countless slogans for rebellion, but there aren't many that can be easily recited and engraved in one's heart. Although these 4 words don't have any profound literary meaning, they can penetrate one's subconscious in an instant. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla frowned and nodded. Your Highness, what should we do with these words? An official asked doubtfully. Destroy them all and use all our strength to track down the person who carved these words. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness. The officials replied. If it's really Gu Hai's doing, then perhaps this is just the beginning. Sima Changkong said with a frown. It wasn't just Silver Moon City. At this moment, this strange scene appeared in hundreds of cities in Ing province at the same time. Outside the cities, disgraceful words appeared everywhere. Although there are 3 households in Ing province, the fallen Qian will definitely be Ing province. Qian Tian is dead, Ing Tian will rise. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Great Ing will prosper, Lu Yang will be emperor. Reverse Qian and revive Ing. In an instant, the Ing province was in chaos. All the city lords were in a panic. They quickly erased the words in all directions and began to investigate with all their might. However, these rebellious words eventually spread to the various cities. Although most people scoffed at them, a small portion of people started to discuss them. At the same time, Miela City. It was a newly built city specifically to deal with Miela City. Countless soldiers outside the city were attracted by these 4 words. Qian Tian is dead, Ing Tian will rise. In 60 years, the world will be blessed. Mo Yike read the words from the east of the city. Beside him stood Luyang of Gojoseon and a group of strategists. Who wrote this? Luyang of Gojoseon stared at his subordinates. Luyang of Gojoseon gathered troops and was preparing to rebel. Some of his trusted aides were very clear about this. Not all of them had great foresight, but they all knew that once the great Ing imperial dynasty was established, they would immediately be in a high position and rightfully so. Hence, many of them had said that Luyang of Gojoseon would become the emperor. However, they were always suppressed by Mr. Mo and Luyang of Gojoseon. Now, could it be that one of his trusted aides was desperate and desperate? Destroy the stone wall and investigate. Whoever dares to mess with the prince's plan will be sentenced to death. Mo Yike stared at the officials and said coldly. Yes, the subordinates replied. Prince, many of the generals in the army have started to discuss this matter. Pajuan said in a low voice. Oh. Lu Yang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Prince, this is the will of the heavens. The heavens are telling you that the time has come, an official said excitedly. Lu Yang of Gojoseon turned his head and stared at him. Nonsense. Flog him to death. Ah. Your Highness, I am innocent. The official cried out in alarm. The officials behind him who wanted to support him immediately shut their mouths. Whoever speaks of rebellion again will have their entire family wiped out. Lu Yang of Gojoseon stared coldly at the crowd. Yes. The subordinates replied. He dismissed the crowd, leaving only Pajuan and Mo Yike behind. Prince, only some of the soldiers are talking about it. Most of them scoffed and didn't care. Pajuan said with a smile. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike frowned slightly and said, maybe we were wrong. Oh. None of the people just now had the guts to mess around. Maybe these words weren't carved by our people. Mr. Mo said with a frown. Not my people. Lu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes. Maybe they came from my enemies. Mo Yike said with a frown. God Foothill Dynasty? Lu Yang of Gojoseon asked in confusion. Mo Yike shook his head and said, if it was just a rumor made up by God Foothill Dynasty, then it's not a big deal. What I'm worried about is that His Holiness deliberately sent someone to write it. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly contracted. His Holiness wrote it? That's impossible, right? Lu Yang of Gojoseon frowned. I don't know, but the possibility isn't high. Moreover, the people only talk about it for a while. They can't talk about it for too long. Now that the world is peaceful, these rebellious slogans won't have much effect. If it's chaotic times, these 4 slogans will be fatal. Mo Yike said in a low voice. That's right. The rebellious slogans are concise and comprehensive. The person who wrote these 4 rebellious slogans is not someone easy to deal with. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded and said. Your Highness, immediately send people to the surrounding cities to investigate if the other cities have this news. If there is, investigate with all your might. You must investigate thoroughly. At this time, there can't be any trouble. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded. As expected, the news came not long after. News came from one city after another. Rebellious slogans appeared outside the cities. 10 days later, in the Lu Yang of Gojoseon's residence. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's face was gloomy. A bunch of useless people. Still can't find the person who carved these words. Every day, there's a rebellious slogan carved on a mountain wall. Now it's the talk of the town. Your Highness, we tried our best. We almost caught it once. Who would have thought that it could burrow underground? A general said with a bitter smile. It's the Lu Rock Man. Your Highness, I heard it right. It's the Lu Rock Man. Pajuan said with certainty. It's good that it's the Lu Rock Man. At least it's not Daqiansheng. Lu Yang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike, who was at the side, said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, perhaps what I'm most worried about has come. Huh? It's Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoga couldn't think of such a despicable method. It must be Gu Hai. They're working together. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mr. Mo, although news is coming from the 4 cities and the stone carvings keep appearing, isn't it as you predicted? The world is peaceful now. It's not a chaotic time. Isn't the rebellious slogan effective? In the 4 cities, it's just a topic of conversation. Most people just scoff at it and laugh it off. Most people don't know about such a small matter. Lu Yang of Gojoseon shook his head. No, if it's Gu Hai, then it's dangerous. Your Highness, have you forgotten Gu Hai's abilities? If it's really Gu Hai's plan, then this is just the beginning. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. But the people don't believe it. What's the use of the rebellious slogan? Who did he write it for? Pajuan was confused. Mo Yike was deep in thought. Chapter 252. Silver Moon City. Within a tea house. At this moment, a group of commoners were drinking tea and chatting. Although Ing has 3 households, Qian must die. You know that, right? I personally saw the words on the stone tablet dripping with blood. A yellow-clothed man said. Is that true? Words dripping with blood? It must be man-made. It doesn't matter if it was man-made or not. Anyway, during this period of time, stone carvings have appeared every day, right? Also, things like Gantian is dead, Ing Tian will rise, and in the 60-year cycle, the world will be blessed. 60-year cycle? Isn't this the 60-year cycle? The authorities have been investigating, but it has been half a month and there is no news at all. Pfft. A clown trying to start a chaotic world? That's too simple. Yeah, who started it? What a joke, who would start a rebellion? Hey, you don't believe me. This rebellion isn't just empty talk. You might not know about the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. That is the dynasty of Luyang of Gojoseon's father. At that time, there was no Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Oh. In the past, Yingzhou was the territory of the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. Back then, His Holiness had just started and was far from Luyang of Gojoseon. Luyang of Gojoseon was the only crown prince of the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. At that time, His Holiness and Luyang of Gojoseon became brothers and promised to rule the world with Luyang of Gojoseon in the future. That was why Luyang of Gojoseon gave up the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. However, after so many years, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty became stronger and stronger. Luyang of Gojoseon was only given the title of vassal king. Moreover, this title can't be passed down to future generations. Oh. You're saying that Luyang of Gojoseon wants to take back what he deserves. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? If the Luyang of Gojoseon didn't become sworn brothers with Daqiansheng back then, he would have an imperial dynasty by now. Now, not only did Daqiansheng not agree to rule the world with the Luyang of Gojoseon, he only gave him a title, even worse than an imperial dynasty. You're saying that the slogan of the rebellion is Luyang of Gojoseon. The tea house suddenly quieted down. The people who had been chatting enthusiastically just now suddenly stopped talking and looked at the person who had just spoken. After all, if this guess was true, wouldn't it mean that Luyang of Gojoseon was really going to rebel? Luyang of Gojoseon. The words outside were written by Luyang of Gojoseon. He wanted to rebel. But why is the city lord trying to track down the person who wrote this? Thief calling out thief. The discussion in the tea house suddenly stopped. Many people thought that they had guessed something and suddenly became worried. Chaos was coming. The news spread to the city lord's mansion. Sima Changkong and Jinmu of Silla listened to the news that their subordinates had gathered. Oh. The people are pointing the finger at Luyang of Gojoseon? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yes, although it's only a guess of some people, the general direction is that Luyang of Gojoseon is going to rebel. The subordinate said respectfully. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, I forgot, ha. Your Highness, I forgot that the people's thinking is different from ours. When we received this news, our first reaction was that someone was framing Luyang of Gojoseon. Luyang of Gojoseon couldn't have written these rebel slogans. Even if he wanted to, he would have shouted it after the rebellion. He couldn't have shouted it at the beginning. So, we immediately ruled out Luyang of Gojoseon. However, the people were different. Indeed, many of them could guess that it wasn't Luyang of Gojoseon, but more of them didn't have the intelligence to do so. In other words, it didn't matter to them, so there was no need to spend more time thinking about it. It was enough to have a mainstream explanation. It was enough to guess that it was Luyang of Gojoseon. why should they think about more complicated things? Moreover, even if they thought about it, they couldn't think of a reason. Following that, the crowd followed the crowd, and the crowd's opinions could distort the truth. When everyone around him guessed that it was King Luyang, he also believed that it was King Luyang. Only a small number of people thought further, but they were buried by the mainstream thinking. If that's all, it's useless. The people's guesses are only the guesses of a small number of people. Most people don't take it seriously. It's impossible to shake Luyang of Gojoseon with these rumors. Baseless rumors can't be used as evidence. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. If it were me, I would have a plan. I would send people to all the cities in Ingzhou to secretly build momentum and continue to slander Luyang of Gojoseon. But that would require a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, the city masters are very strict. If we continue to build momentum, we will definitely be caught. There will be countless casualties and we will have to pay a huge price. But what does Gu Hai have now? He has nothing. What can he do? Sima Changkong said with a frown. Let's wait and see. Jinmu of Silla said with a slight smile. Mielu City. News from all around gathered at the residence of Luyang of Gojoseon. In the study of the residence, a group of strategists analyzed the reports from all around. It's the Lushur person, but we can't catch him. It's been half a month. That bunch of trash still hasn't cleared my name. Luyang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Pejuan's hearing could tell that it was the Lushur person, but the people didn't know. If they didn't know, they would make wild guesses and take the blame. Your Highness, we've already sent people to send a message. All the city masters will do their best to catch the person who started the rumor. We must clear your name, solemnly, one of the strategists said to Luyang. Luyang of Gojoseon's face darkened. He was very unhappy. A smart person would have seen through this kind of low-level framing. But the rumor was successful. Luyang of Gojoseon turned to look at Mo Yike. Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. Mr. Mo, do you have an idea? Luyang of Gojoseon asked curiously. All the strategists looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike shook his head and said, actually, I don't really care about these rebellious slogans. Oh. Everyone was confused. It's a peaceful time. Most of them don't believe that Your Highness will rebel. Only a small number of them think that Your Highness will rebel. As long as Your Highness doesn't admit it, this trend will pass quickly. Mo Yike said casually. Huh. All the strategists opened their mouths. We've been anxious to find the person who started the rumor every day. Hundreds of cities and soldiers have been searching for the person who started the rumor for half a month. We've spent a lot of effort but to no avail. You're saying that this isn't a big deal? Luyang of Gojoseon's expression changed. His gloomy face also relaxed. Indeed. How long do you want the people to remember something that they don't care about? If I don't admit it, what can the Lushur people do? After a long time, the people will slowly see through it. When they see the rumor makers again, they're just clowns. Luyang of Gojoseon laughed. After thinking through everything, Luyang of Gojoseon was no longer worried. Why bother with these unimportant rumors? Mo Yike was still frowning. Mr. Mo, what else are you worried about? Luyang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike with a smile. Mo Yike shook his head lightly and said, according to the current situation, this is the limit. We've been spreading rumors for half a month. If we continue to spread rumors, it will backfire. I'm thinking, what will Gu Hai do next? According to his information, if he plans something, it won't be so simple. Oh. Mr. Mo, have you thought of something? Luyang of Gojoseon was puzzled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, I have a way to continue spreading rumors. However, what does Gu Hai have now? He doesn't have enough manpower and resources. All the city lords are guarding it with all their might. This requires countless men of sacrifice, but Gu Hai has nothing. What will he do? Grandpa, I found it, I found it. Young Master An's excited voice came from outside the study. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's eyes turned cold. Humph. The cold snort made young Master An, who was excited outside the study, quiver. His excitement disappeared and was replaced by fear and trepidation. I said that no one is allowed to disturb me when I'm in the meeting. Luan, how dare you? Lu Yang of Gojoseon said coldly. Grandpa, I won't do it again. It's just that there's great news and I got carried away. I wanted to report it to you as soon as possible. Grandpa, please forgive me. Luan said in fear and trepidation. Great news? Come in and talk. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Luan immediately entered the study in fear and trepidation. Grandpa, Lu Rockman appeared again just now. When he was writing the words of rebellion, everyone in the city saw it. Now, everyone knows that it was Huangfu Chaoga who started the rumor. Oh. Lu Yang of Gojoseon was slightly startled. The tallest mountain outside the city, the one that the entire city can see, heard a loud noise. Mr. Pajuan heard it and pointed his finger. Rays of magic light shone in that direction, and he happened to see a stone man carving words on the mountain wall. He just carved it to the age of 60. Under the illumination of magic, everyone saw it. Luan said excitedly. So, it doesn't matter if we catch him or not. Did the Lu Rockman reveal his identity? A strategist said excitedly. Lu Yang of Gojoseon smiled slightly. Mo Yike frowned slightly as if he was talking to himself. Is this a coincidence? What? Young Master and didn't understand. Mo Yike was silent for a moment. Send people to investigate. Apart from us destroying Lu City, did the other cities also find traces of the Lu Rockman? Huh. It can't be that coincidental, right? This is just a coincidence. Young Master and said with a smile. Sir's words are my words. Lu Yang of Gojoseon said solemnly. Just as Mo Yike had guessed, almost at the same time, hundreds of cities in Ing province saw the Lu Rockman in the most obvious places. They all saw the Lu Rockman carving words and spreading rumors. He was writing words of rebellion. The various cities were in an uproar. Silver Moon City. It's the Lu Rockman. Look, on that huge mountain. Illuminate that place with magic. Quick, quick. This Lu Rockman is really courting death. He found a place with the most people to carve words. Ha 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 ha. So, it's not the Lu Yang of Gojoseon rebelling. It's the Lu Rockman of the Shinlu dynasty. The Shinlu dynasty is framing the Lu Yang of Gojoseon. This is all a rumor. The Lu Yang of Gojoseon never thought of rebelling. Is the Shinlu dynasty trying to drive a wedge between them? Ha ha ha, this is going to be a joke. Is Huangfu Chaoga crazy? Why would the Lu Yang of Gojoseon rebel? Yeah, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty will always be the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. How can it be replaced by an Imperial Dynasty? Everywhere, countless people were discussing. Although the Lu Rockman was not caught, countless people were enlightened. The various city lords quickly organized propaganda to clear the name of the Lu Yang of Gojoseon. City lords' announcement. The Lu Yang of Gojoseon led troops to fight the Shinlu dynasty. The Shinlu dynasty felt that they were no match for him and committed despicable acts. They entered Ing province and slandered the Lu Yang of Gojoseon to drive a wedge between them. We hope that the people will not be fooled by the enemy's schemes. Almost at the same time, the various cities released the announcement. At the same time, they kept clearing the name of the Lu Yang of Gojoseon. The people's discussion instantly changed direction. Silver Moon City, in a former tea house. Huangfu Chaoga is too sinister. I almost thought that the Lu Yang of Gojoseon was rebelling. Yeah, it's all a scheme of the Shinlu dynasty. How could the Lord rebel? The Lord gave up being the Lord Taiping and decided to rebel. How is that possible? Who dares to offend His Holiness? What a joke. Huangfu Chaoga actually sent people to spread rumors. Ha ha ha, how could the Deqian celestial dynasty have internal strife? Yeah, the celestial dynasty is the celestial dynasty. It will never be destroyed by an imperial dynasty that hasn't been established yet. Isn't that a joke? I am from the Deqian celestial dynasty, the Great Ing dynasty. How many years ago was that? What does it have to do with me? The people's discussion spread to the Castellan manor. Jinmu of Silla and Sima Changkong listened to their subordinates' report. Was it Lu Shiren's mistake? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yeah, since he framed Lu Yang of Gojoseon, there's no reason for him to expose himself. Was it a mistake? Or did Gu Hai do it on purpose? Sima Changkong was also deep in thought. Lord, Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huangfu Chaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate who reported laughed. Wait, what did you just say? Say it again. Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up. I said that Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huangfu Chaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate repeated. The laughingstock of the entire city. All the people. Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla's face suddenly darkened. Investigate all the cities. I want to know if Lu Shiren has exposed himself in the other cities. Ah. Yes. The subordinate answered and left. Lord, according to the plan to destroy the Song dynasty, this Gu Hai is a powerful person who can mobilize the people. People? Previously, he only attracted some people's attention. Now, he has attracted all the people's attention. Everyone. I don't know what else Gu Hai wants to do, but since it has attracted all the people's attention, it means that Gu Hai's knife is already at Lu Yang of Gojoseon's throat. He's just short of stabbing it in. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. But Gu Hai has exposed his own shortcomings. Lu Shiren's exposure has cleared Lu Yang of Gojoseon of all suspicion. What else can he do? Can he still pass the knife forward? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Sima Changkong was deep in thought. In the outside world, hundreds of cities exposed Lu Shiren's tracks at the same time. All the city lords immediately cleared Lu Yang of Gojoseon of suspicion. They continuously cleared his suspicion, causing all the people to treat the Xinlu dynasty as a joke. Just like that, Lu Shiren exposed himself to prove Lu Yang of Gojoseon's innocence while secretly writing words of rebellion, causing more and more people to laugh at him. Until 10 days later. Silver Moon City, City Lord's residence. Hiss. I understand now. What a sinister Gu Hai. Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Xinlu City. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's residence. Mo Yike's expression also changed abruptly. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Zhonggu Hai's vicious trap, what a vicious trap. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.